chair of Bangalore Business Literature Festival. He's seen this from its birth. He's an academic, a corporate executive, an author, a columnist, and hobbyist. Just yesterday, I was telling him that for most of his adult life, he seems to have been sailing in 3 or 4 boats, donning different hats at the same time. He taught at IIM Ahmedabad for 2 decades until 2001, after which he became president of ING Vaishya Bank, Bangalore for 4 years. From January 2005 to October 2018, he was the CEO of GMR Varalakshmi Foundation. From October 2015 to September 2020, he was the director of the India campus of Schulich Business School in Hyderabad, where he is now an adjunct professor. He has written a number of books, and these are his books. The latest of which is the one you see on the extreme left, which is Irrationally Rational, 10 Nobel laureates script the story of behavioral economics. Welcome, Raghu, and thanks for starting the conversation. Over to you.
Thank you, Vanchi. Morning, everybody. Glad to have you all here. Given that Bangalore wakes up a little late on weekends, it's a reasonable turnout. Thank you very much. So I have my good friend here, Manish. Manish, well, he is the founder of Team Lease, which I'm sure most of you would have heard of, which employs about 2 lakh youth today. He's a serial entrepreneur actually, because earlier he was a founder of India Life, which was bought over by Hewitt, and then he continued as a CEO for Hewitt and Singapore and so on. And then he started Team Lease, and Team Lease is today a listed company employing one of the largest number of employees in the country. But that is just one small part of Manish. The guy has been on the board of Reserve Bank of India, and even now is on some subcommittees of various subcommittees of Reserve Bank. He sits on several national policy making bodies relating to education, skilling, and God knows quite a few others. He is a prolific columnist as well. In fact, one of the finest readable columnists that I have read. And but more important than any of that in today's context is, at least to me, he is the best read person that I know. He has a personal library which is very impressive. I will be asking him some questions as I go along, but he is one of the best read people I know. I disagree with a lot of things with this guy, but he is the man that I admire the most. So that's why I wanted him here for this chat. Okay. Right, Manish, I'm not going to ask you for the enduring question right up front, but I'm going to start with how do you read? Because you are largely a reader of non-fiction. I mean, you're very well read even otherwise, but you're probably a bigger reader of non-fiction than fiction. So would you want to share some of what do you read and what do you think the youth should read? Especially those who are getting into startup and so on. So what is your general take in that area?
I think, our parents had 35-year careers, we'll have 45-year careers, and our kids will have 55-year careers. Everybody who tries to live off the 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 2 education system that we have will be at a disadvantage. I concluded that a long time ago. I mean, lifelong learning was not really an imperative for the generations that came before us for various reasons. And this is not a form of narcissism or presentism. It is just the world is changing faster. We are living longer. So it's just that simple. So if you don't have a personal learning program, which obviously includes books, which obviously includes podcasts, which obviously includes the roles that you seek out. I mean, the best finance classroom I've ever been in is the RBI board. I thought it would be a finance classroom. It turned out to be a political science classroom, but still, it was a classroom nonetheless. But I think that you have to seek out roles, you have to seek out experiences, you have to seek out books, you have to seek out podcasts, and you have to seek out relationships, right? I mean, I learn more from the 10 people whom I admire than anything else. But I've read a book a week for 25 years now, and I think it's sort of disappointing when people walk into my library. I have 8 walls of books, 2 stories, and people say, for which one of these should I read? The problem with that question is it's not one book that matters, right? It's one chapter from one book, it's the paragraph from the other book, which will connect to the other book. And more importantly, it will be interdisciplinary stuff, right? I mean, you run the first half of the marathon, as Eliud Kipchoge, the only man who's run a marathon in less than 2 hours, says, you run the first half of the marathon on your legs and the second half on your mind. So as all of us who migrate, what will make you successful in the first half of your career, which made all of us successful, was running on our legs, which was just physical stamina, which was just technical questions. But we are all getting to points where there is no right answer, right? I mean, in most board meetings, we are not choosing between a good option and a bad option. We're choosing between 3 bad options. So usually, it looks nice from the outside, but it's the least worst option that we're picking, right? And that's why reading, to my mind, will not be about technical skills. Technical problems are problems that have a goal is fixed, the players are fixed, and the rules are fixed. Wicked problems are where the rules keep changing, the players keep changing, and usually the goal keeps changing. And that's usually what you do in the second half of your career, right? So one thing which I often say to people is, you can't be a policy wonk without being a political wonk. Right? I know lots of policy wonks who say this is the right answer to this policy problem if just the prime minister knew it, or if just more people read about this report, and then we would solve Bangalore's flooding problem if you just had this one solution. And that's just a simplistic understanding. To be a 4-wheel drive, to be multilingual, I would not recommend you just read one genre or think of it as episodic. It has to be a dial tone, and it has to be surround sound. Now, I'm happy to recommend which books have, but to me, the more important is it's a dial tone. If you don't read a book a week or a book a month, you're not going to compound your knowledge. And if it's not surround sound, if you don't read politics as much as you read sort of technology, as much as you read social science, or you read many other things, it's not going to connect. So if you really are doing this for pleasure, please read whatever you want. I mean, I read Tintin Commandos all the time. But I do read a nonfiction book for my own personal sort of understanding of the world. And in the roles that I play, I think I'm no longer valued for my technical skills. So I would just say, in the first half of your career, think about books which give you technical skills. And in the second half of your career, think about books which are integrative, which are outside your comfort zone, which expand the surface area of your mind. Because beyond a point, policy wonks are uninteresting if they're not political wonks. And so managers are uninteresting if they're not entrepreneurs. Leaders are uninteresting if they're not managers. I mean, it just is you will just peak your career too early. If you view books as learning, and this is a business book fest, right? I mean, I would obviously, give a different perspective at a broader lit fest or a children's lit fest. But at a business lit fest, we are studying, Maya Angelou used to say, the universe isn't made of atoms, it's made of stories. It's role models which matter, right? And the people whom you choose to make yourself. And role models matter. In Bangalore, I grew up, my role models were Nandan or Kiran or Azim Premji, right? So they told me, don't care how much of your company you own, make sure you do everything right. I go to Kanpur all the time. My parents live in Kanpur. Any kid who hears that I've come to Kanpur says, I'll get you this 100 crore government contract and we'll borrow 50 crores out of it, right? Let's go meet this minister. Let's go meet this MLA. Because their role model is Ponti Chadda or Subroto Roy Sahara or some other goof bag or chore like Dinesh Trivedi or whoever you consider as, whose only way to build a business in Kanpur is regulatory arbitrage, is topi penawing the government, is stealing something from somebody else. It's a zero-sum game. While at least I think that genius of Bangalore has been is we realize for us to win, others don't have to lose, right? And most of us have not built businesses which are linked to government. So I would really, I can get into specific recommendations, but I would just say more important than which books you read is read, as their logo said. But it's about surround sound and it's about a dial tone, which is more important.
Well, you get a good idea of what wide reading can do to a guy, okay? I'm going to break from tradition because usually we keep the questions from the audience only towards the end, and by which time we run out of time and we say, oh, we got to wrap up. So you've heard the opening statements that Manish has made. that reading is not about, it's a lifelong habit that you make. It's not a trick of trade that you read something and you think tomorrow you'll become a successful leader or you'll become something else. So at this stage, if I'll allow 2 questions from the lot of youth here. So if you have any questions, ask Manish right now on what he has said so far. Yeah.
But you live here, no? Yeah.
So how do we, the ecosystem of authors, publisher ensure that people in Kanpur, okay, this was just in Zest, but the question is, how to make people read books to change behavior early in their career? Because as you rightly said, people read books toward the second half, which is non-technical, etc. But my larger question is, what do the ecosystem of books needs to do so that the youth, and that too people from smaller towns, start reading more and we start shaping their thoughts maybe or influencing them?
But it's already happening, right? I mean, India's book market is now 70% non-fiction, 30% fiction. And within fiction, literary fiction is totally gone. And within non-fiction, the biggest selling category is self-help, right? I mean, I think that's really important to recognize that is a transition which is happening. So self-help books sell so much more than political books or movie books or this, that. So I think the challenge for us really is for people to and it's not an Indian challenge particularly, right? We've had a digital invasion of our houses and our minds and our pockets and stuff like that. So I think we are genuinely competing with much more attractive, crispy, sugary alternatives right now. Books do require a certain amount. But my sense is I don't think that people read less than they used to. I think that's just it feels like they do, but my wife who runs a school, and she said, you keep giving this gyan, people read less. Write down the 30 name of the people in your class in class 8 and how many of them read? And I did, and there were 4 people who read, and then maybe 2 who still read. That's true for her 7th grade and 8th grade even today, right? So I think we have this romance or nostalgia about a golden age where people used to read more. I think, yes, competition is increasing, but the aspirational part of books, the non-fictional part of books, at least for India, I think this will happen as we develop. Now, obviously, book prizes can help, book list fest can help, more viability in publishing can help, better book reviews can help. I mean, there are lots of things that could at the margin help. But my sense is we're on track for quite a revolution in book.
Anyone? Any other question? Yes.
You can shout.
Hi, sir. My name is Maria. So I belong to Kashmir, but yes, I have been in Bangalore for last 8 years. So
I was born there.
He was born in Kashmir.
Wow. That's great. So my question to you would be, sir, so I have read it in many, good books that you are the sum total of 5 people around you, the closest 5 people around you. So what are your thoughts on, that? Like, how important is being in the right company of people? How important is that?
Yeah. It may not be 5. See, these are heuristics. So heuristics are just meant to be indicative. It may be 5, it may be 10. There's a lot of work done by Robin Dunbar. He's a sociologist at Oxford on Dunbar's number, right? You can only have, 15 of 5 close relationships, 15 in the next circle. It's a multiple of 3 and you can go up to 4. I think there is a lot of science to that. I do agree that, more important than your sort of where you went to school sometimes is your first boss in the first company you work in, right? But first companies are not fatal, but your first boss often is really important because soft skills are not taught, they are caught. Right? And in the modern world, we value soft skills more than hard skills because Google knows everything. So the Ratta Maro people in my class are now disadvantaged relative to me. I was not very good at Ratta Maroing, so I didn't do that well in those exams. But I was good at bullshitting and synthesizing and large surface area of mind and, recognizing that my relationships are my knowledge. So I would completely agree with you that obviously picking your parents is hard. So they're one of the 5 people around you, but picking your friends, picking your colleagues, picking your the companies you choose to work with, the communities you volunteer for. I mean, I spend a lot of time in organizations like NCAR or New India Foundation, or many other organizations, which are really just communities which I find I learn a lot from. So you're bang on with that.
All right, Manish,
Do you want to answer the question? Because I wanted to hear your answer to the question which the session was about.
about enduring reading.
No, what is the theme? No, what's the theme of our session?
The enduring question.
No. What? No. What is the most important question? About
Exactly.
business literature?
Exactly.
What do you think is?
I answer that with another favorite quote of mine. There's no difference between those who do not read and those who cannot read. Okay? The difference is very little. So someone who hasn't read a book for the longest time, to my mind, is not very different from someone who cannot read a book at all. So to me, partially that quote answers that question in the sense that you put the question there so that everybody sees that. Will you just put it back there?
I don't have it.
Oh, they can't have it. Okay, all right. Sorry?
You go ahead. But why? No. What is the most enduring question that business literature needs to answer? That's a
Bringing a soul to doing business. Business variously, if you ask a finance person, for years they kept on saying it, the objective was only to maximize profit. Then you got into various other, the 3 bottom line principles. You talked about ESG, and then you talked about governance. And we thought if you made some 6 committees in the boards, the governance is taken care of. But the fact is, how do you bring soul into a business is a question which is not very easily answered, which means there is something like the personal values of the people who run the business, but the business as a complex entity which ought to have a soul of its own. How do you align the two is the most enduring question in business.
I have a totally
What is
different-
yours?
To me, I think the most enduring question of business literature which needs to answer is what matters more in life, luck or skill? I read books because, and I, after many years of trying to unpack that question, I come to a third answer, which is choices. Dumbledore tells Harry Potter in Chamber of Secrets, it is our choices more than our abilities that reveal what we really are. And as I get older, I realize a lot of lucky people who are absolutely unskilled. I know a lot of people who are very skilled, who are very unlucky. But when you start making good choices, capital structure choices, board choices, leadership choices, business choices, shutting down which business choice, shooting the wounded early, there's so many choices people make in business. I think to me, the most enduring, why I love business literature and is really trying to unpack what matters more? Is it just and to use a sexist sort of, is the key to life just marrying a pregnant bride and getting credit for what happened? I mean, is that what it is, that I just have to show up at Team Lee's in 2022, and even if a light pole showed up 20 years ago in a business which was going to explode, that is what mattered? Or was it really skill? And it's very hard to unpack luck and skill in life. And everybody who's successful will tell you that more. But I would say don't take that at face value. I think choices are what I study. People who are at a crossroads. Do they take the road less traveled? Do they take the harder road? Do they take the being a good ancestor road? Being a good ancestor is the only job of an entrepreneur, balancing the next quarter and quarter century. Is that the road you take? Or you say, I want to be a unicorn next 3 months. I'm trying to tell people now somebody. But the biggest point of being a unicorn is that you have to be here 25 years from now. So, me and Raghu were talking before the board meeting. And, a 1-year strategy can only be about scale. A 5-year strategy is about scale and transformation. But a 25-year strategy is only about don't do anything stupid and stay alive. I think that's really important. Don't do just if you're alive 25 years from now, that is a bunch of choices, which I would say. But in 1 year, you can have a lot of luck and skill in 5 years. So to me, the most enduring question of business literature is what matters more, luck, skill, or choices? And as I get older, I'm clearly recognizing you can overcome bad luck and low skills by just great choices.
Well, the fact is, the more skilled you are, the luckier you get also. Because half the time, luck improves the harder you work and the more you are skilled. Obviously, more doors open for you. So the two are linked in that sense.
Manish, I have a personal question. It's good to read lots of books, but how do you remember and quote as often as possible and in a most effective way?
Chalupunti.
No, I think it's just compounding. I think it's just compounding, you know. I mean, he's a finance professor. You know, I go to, it's the power of compounding in four things is what I wish people could understand. And most people think it's compounding in money, right? I mean, it's not. Compounding in money is important, but it's compounding in relationships,
Knowledge.
it's compounding in knowledge, and it's compounding in building a company. I seriously think you can't build a great company in less than 25 years. When people talk about 5 years or 10 years, I have no idea what they're talking about, because 5 years, 10 years, we're going down dead ends. We're still, you know, writing off, we're still getting rid of the wrong hires we did. When you last 25 years, is when the real compounding happens. So I think, to me, the ability to compound is reading a book every week. That's why I say the dial tone is more important than this episodic, oh, I read 3 books last month. Just, you know, read a book a month for 25 years. Yeah. So to me, that's really the more important one.
A personal question about your library. How many books do you have in your library?
Very many. I'm not going to tell you.
Any rough
Thousands.
idea?
Yeah, it's thousands.
7,000, 10,000,
No,
15,000?
it's 22,000.
22,000. Wow, that's impressive. And you would have read what percentage of them? I mean, browsed through. What
100 books are a sign of wisdom. It's clearly important, because the unread book, I mean, the biggest tragedy in life is when you're in a mood to read, you can't find a book, right?
Yes.
So I
will
never have that problem.
Yes.
But I think, to me, you know, buying books that I will get to eventually are I mean, I obviously won't get to all of them eventually, but, you know, I mean, a book a week is 52 books. And then, you know, out of, if 25 years I've done it, you can do the math.
How do you know which book is where? I mean, do you have a system?
I know which direction it is in. Okay. I know it's somewhere on this side that I have to find. But partly, you know, when I look for the book, I usually find another book and I give up on the original book and go to another one because I had forgotten about this other book which I should reread or which I should, you know, dive into. So, you know, that's why I like reading physical newspapers more than online, because of the serendipity of finding something that you're not looking for, but you need to read. Yes. The serendipity in a physical newspaper of something I'm not looking for, but I should know, is much higher than, you know, on a single screen website. So I'm usually not, and, you know, I mean, just at the stage I am, if I'm looking for a book I can't find, I just order another one. So I have many duplicate copies of books, which doesn't matter.
What are the last 3 books you read on startups, which could be useful to the startup?
Well, I'm reading a book on Tencent right now, which is really an amazing book about China, right? I mean, Tencent, you know, WeChat. I mean, what Xi Jinping is doing to China is just tragic from China's perspective, right? From India's perspective is perfect, right? I mean, Xi Jinping is to India what Rahul Gandhi is to the BJP, right? The best campaigner. I mean, I hope he doesn't get a 3rd term. I hope he gets a life term in China, because he's making India so attractive. But Tencent is of a time, it was set up under the Deng Xiaoping time, when it was just remarkable what, you know, Tencent has done. So to my mind, that book is just absolutely spectacular. And then when you say entrepreneurship, I would say Henry Kissinger's new book about leadership is about entrepreneurship. You know, he has a chapter on Lee Kuan Yew, he has a chapter on Konrad Adenauer at Germany, he has a chapter on Charles de Gaulle. I mean, these were all entrepreneurs. I mean, I believe Akbar can be a great Fortune 500 CEO today. If you somehow brought Akbar from there to here, because he had Navratnas, which is a deep management team. He had a long-term strategy, which was, revenue. Now, the stupid khata and tehsildar we are stuck with when we buy land is Akbar's gift to us. But it was a mind-blowing insight that, taking kingdoms is much easier than retaining kingdoms. It's very easy to build just buy revenues, but taking kingdoms is much easier than, keeping kingdoms. And so I think, to my mind, Akbar will make a great Fortune 500 CEO today, even if he doesn't understand discounted cash flow. He understands human beings, right?
Fair enough.
Sorry to butt in, but we're running out of time.
Yeah, sure. We are going to wind up. Just one last question I'm going to ask you, which is a lot of youth ask me this question, and I'm going to put it back to you. While the more you read, the more you get to know what to read, which is true, because there are references, then somebody makes a reference, you read more. So obviously reading begets reading. But what would be your one advice to the youngsters on how do they, because many of them haven't read much, so they don't know what is the first stop to look for what to read. So would you have a piece of advice for them? Exactly. Read whatever interests you.
Yeah, whatever interests you. But I would say don't be under pressure to finish every book you start.
Correct.
That's to me. I have started all the books. I haven't finished them because if I'm not, I have only 100 rupees to spend. I have 52 books a year. I have to be brutal in discarding a book that I'm not enjoying. There's 500 books behind this book I'm reading. So if you're not enjoying the book, if you're not getting it, the most important pressure is that you have to finish every book you start. And that just is a tyranny that we have from either our teachers or our parents. And now my parents agree with me that, unread books and books which I started but dropped are both signs of wisdom.
That's a simple but profound observation. You don't have to feel obliged to finish a book. It's not that, you must finish whatever you have started, kind of a general, all-purpose statement that we often make. But
it comes from, which I also have convinced my parents, you don't have to finish everything on your plate. It's not wasting food.
But if you get interested, you will finish. Once you feel interested deeply in a subject and you pick up the right book, you will find that you read more and more of it. And I think that works. Thanks a lot, Manish. This has been a very evocative session.
Extremely enriching. Thank you so much, Manish. And Raghu, thank you so much for steering that conversation. One sec, please. Stay on stage. As a small token of appreciation, we have a gift from our partners, Tamala and Arani. I request Raghu to hand this over to Manish. Ben, could you come on stage to hand it over to Raghu, please? It's okay, please. We don't have much space for protocol, just a little bit. Thank you very much. And Manish, I must say you're a man after my heart, in the sense that I have a lot of unfinished books lying on my shelf too. And often it's a question of saying no as much as you want to say yes. Okay, with that, I invite Ben to take over for a brief bit because I need to switch hats. Take it. Call. Okay, no problem. What's your name?
Welcome again. I see that more people have turned up. Good to see that. We start with this excellent session, and where's Hari? Thank you so much, Hari, for making it at short notice. I just called him a week back, and he was quite gracious to accept the invitation. My task is to introduce Ganesh, who will be moderating this session. Ganesh and I go back at least 5 years. He's been an integral part of Business Literature Festival since 2018 in different ways. Thank you, Ganesh, for that. And we will have many more years to work together. And we have few things in common. We enjoy beer together. We enjoy Goa. We discuss about which part of Goa to go next. And more interesting than that is nature treks. He is an avid nature trekker, goes 3 times a year. And I'm quite jealous about him and I want to follow him. So welcome, Ganesh.
Thank you. Not on. Okay. Yes. So thanks, Ben. Whenever I call people on the phone, usually they're taken aback for just a moment. Because later they tell me that, it's like a gush of wind. It's like a booming voice at the other end of the phone saying, hi, so-and-so, hi, whatever. So for the first time in my life, I heard a matching voice and a matching sense of energy on the phone when I called up Hari some time back. So his voice booms out of the phone, hello Ganesh, and then, so we take it off from there. So in terms of energy, I think we struck it off immediately, and it's a pleasure that I'm going to be having a conversation with Hari TN now. May I invite you on stage, Hari? Please come up. A round of applause, please. You can just walk up. So we're going to feed off each other's energy. I was telling him this morning. Hari has spent 20 years in the startup ecosystem, and he's had a close-up view of different companies at different stages of their growth in the journey to scaling up. He's worn different hats. He wears different hats even today. He's an angel investor. He's a mentor to entrepreneurs, a sounding board, and a benign one, I'd assume, a sounding board to entrepreneurs. He runs the Artha School of Entrepreneurship, which is, I think you've entered a new phase in your career, and we'll talk a little more about that in the conversation. He's seen 5 startups through critical phases of transition during their journey to scale up. All his energy and attention is now taken up by Artha, I said, and he's the author of 7 books, I kid you not. So he's a serial author, apart from all of this. So the latest book of his is From Pony to Unicorn, Scaling a Startup Sustainably. I've read 5 of these, and I'm in the process of reading the 6th one. Hari, I must tell you that your books are a mixture of practical wisdom, straight up from the ground.
Yes.
No nonsense kind of tone, and yet there is heart in them. Yeah, you write in a very human way, So there's nothing putting down other people or, there's nothing like that. So that's wonderful. I completely enjoy your books. Welcome. So we'll get started. So Hari wears, I'm going to talk to Hari about 2 broad phases, 2 broad paths to this conversation. One is about his startup life, and because he's a rarity in the sense that in India, there aren't many startup founders or investors or mentors who also write prolifically and who write with erudition. So he's that rarity, and I'm going to make use of both those aspects of his life. So I'll start off with, coincidentally, in the last conversation, Manish was talking about this 1-year view to growing a business, the 5-year view and a 25-year view, and how all 3 are completely different, right? So these days, I want to take up in the first question, the elephant in the room, or maybe I should say unicorn in the room, which is this hype about becoming a unicorn, right? Scaling up, and it seems from media and from certain sections of the crowd that seems to be the holy grail. But what is your close-up view? What is the real mood in most of the entrepreneurs you've spoken to and interacted and advised? And what do you yourself think about this?
So my personal bias, Ganesh, is that you should build a business in a very sustainable way.
Okay.
But, we see funded environment. I don't think it's fair to expect that everyone will build businesses the way we want them to. So I think there will always be some degree of hype, and there will be businesses that will be built in an unsustainable way without a product market fit. For example, you can have capital-induced product market fits, rapidly growing, trying to get higher valuations, seeking higher valuations. I think that is inevitable in any venture-funded ecosystem. So let's just take examples like, let's say, Tiger Global or even SoftBank. SoftBank has raised a $100 billion fund. Sequoia put together a $2 billion fund for India. So imagine a $100 billion fund. If they have to put $1 million each into sustainable ventures, then they have to be investing in 100,000, which is 1 lakh startups that would be investing it. It's absolutely impossible for them to evaluate
it's a question of scale.
10 million and figure out the 1 lakh startups. So I think they will end up putting $100 million to $1 billion in any investment, right? They won't back these mom and pop startups.
Yes.
They will back up the great ideas which they think can become much big. So in the process, there will always be a lot of hype. There will be, obfuscation. There will be attempts to divert attention. Non-tech businesses will be called tech businesses. For example, WeWork, right?
Everyone wants to latch on to tech.
WeWork wasn't a tech business at all. But they said we're a tech company. I don't know, they fooled a lot of people. It was a real estate company masquerading as a tech company. So I think all of this is part of the course when you're building. Ultimately, it is private money. It is not money that belongs to pensioners and widows. So it's up to them to how they want to use it, what kind of businesses they want to build. I think investors who come in subsequently should just be a little careful, that some of these businesses could be really very hollow. So I think care needs to be exercised by subsequent investors. But what investors do with their private money and how they build businesses, I think is up to them.
It's really up to them.
The only problem with this approach, and that problem I think nobody can solve, is that it creates wrong role models.
Yes.
So at the end of it, millions of people in India, the youth, are looking up for role models. And unfortunately, sometimes you find some of these companies with a lot of hype and which are not built on sustainable product market fits become role models. And they're not the kind of role models that we should have, because India needs mass entrepreneurship. India's problems will never be solved by 10 unicorns or 100 unicorns at all. They will be solved by millions of micro entrepreneurs, millions of individuals turning small entrepreneurs, giving 5 to 10 jobs. So I think they end up getting the wrong models, and that's my problem. Otherwise, I think it's their money, what they wish to do, how they build the businesses is their.
So I think this is also a reflection of human behavior and human ambition and how we generally look at things, right?
Yes.
We've always wanted to grow and grow and grow, and that overarching ambition.
Yes.
But I think that's been played up to an extreme degree.
So I think, there are 3 components to ambition. One ambition, I would say, that it's important to understand this. I would say one is performance-related ambition, which is all of us, want to set goals for ourselves in the companies that we work for and achieve those goals. That's performance ambition, which is good.
And keep raising the bar
always.
Year after year.
You have growth ambition, which is you want to learn constantly.
Yes.
And the last is the reward ambition. So I think when reward ambition begins to overpower everything else, it could potentially turn very toxic. And you can see, many of the startups that, grew rapidly and even collapsed have been driven a lot by that last component, of which is reward ambition. So I think if you can balance ambition, if founders can really balance ambition, it's important to have ambition, because without ambition, you can't even eradicate malaria, for instance.
You can't eradicate any problem.
You can't do any problem,
That's
right? Even social causes, you need ambition. So I think ambition just needs to be balanced between the 3 components. Sometimes when it gets too much overpowering in terms of the third one, that's when it turns toxic.
This blends beautifully with the point that you make, and I can make out that it's a very, it's a theme close to your heart, which is about, as enterprises scale up and become bigger and bigger and bigger, somewhere inside in the internal system and structure, they realize they start decentralizing, they start creating smaller units. So it's ironic that on the one hand, it's a quest for growth and scaling up, but internally, that is unmanageable, right? You can't turn around an elephant and stuff.
Correct.
There is the need to create those smaller units and all.
That's correct.
So how did the 2 of them dance? And secondly, therefore, is there a case at all for a sustainable mid-sized enterprise? I'm using mid-sized.
Very good question. So I think, what my own belief is that as companies become larger, startups become mature, and they become large, they lose the ability to innovate because they lose the ability to be agile. Decision makings become slow, complex organizations. So I think there isn't clearly an optimal size. And therefore, when companies become large, they try to mimic small organizations by creating smaller teams and empowering them. But that always doesn't work. And in fact, private equity firms step in at these points of time when there are diseconomies of scale. So beyond a particular size, they're no longer economies of scale, there are diseconomies of scale. So I think private equity firms figure out where is that point, and they step in and break up that company into smaller entities so that they can be run better, value can be unlocked, innovation can continue. And I think larger companies lose the ability to innovate. That's why they get disrupted by, a small startup starting in the dorm at MIT, IIT, NIT, anywhere.
I think it's sheer question of just the size, right? Like you said, you can't really be nimble and agile and innovate. And there are so many things lost in translation or transmission between teams and people. So if you have 40,000 people, then it's really difficult to, communicate that passion from the top to along the ranks.
Correct.
So my next question, would you care to answer that?
Yes.
Is there a case for more and more entrepreneurs to aim for, building, tempering their ambition in a sense, growth ambition, and focusing on things like impact, yeah, and whatever the problem they want to solve, but keeping the enterprise at a certain scale range. Is that possible, or
I think
is growth?
this is not in the control of entrepreneurs, what you choose to do. So I think the journey goes along, and I think you just go with the flow, which is that if your startup becomes big, it becomes big, so be it. If it remains small, so be it. So I think ultimately it depends upon the fundamental ambition and objective of every entrepreneur. You cannot tell an entrepreneur, you should do this. If that entrepreneur is interested in creating impact, if impact is the primary driver motive for this person setting up a business, then that person will focus on creating impact. But if somebody else is driven by something else, then the kind of business they will build will be different. So I don't think it's fair or even right to tell anyone what to do. It's up to them, their personality, what they really want to do.
That's true. And if one is focused on impact, then one keeps that in the forefront and focus.
Right.
And things really fall around, around that goal,
Correct.
even as they grow. Right?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Reality hurts only when you fight it. And you've said that, it makes you strong if you just embrace it, if you just accept that.
Right.
Are there cases that you would like to talk about in the context of the pandemic that you just emerged from?
Right.
Where this has worked for or against, or it could be any other crisis, it need not be the pandemic.
Yeah.
But could you cite an example to tell us how an entrepreneur embraced reality or fought reality with consequences? It need not be a specific example, it can be a general take on what you see.
So I think, I don't know if I can talk of specific examples where pandemic hurt any specific
Or it could be any other crisis.
Yeah, but I think the pandemic was a headwind for a set of companies, and it was tailwind for many other companies as well. Tailwind, for example, companies like Big Basket. For example, clearly people suddenly began shopping online. Whatever Big Basket thought can be accomplished in 3 years, we got
in 3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I think several small organizations, several small, setups actually died, which depended upon physical interaction. So restaurant businesses, travel businesses, hospitality businesses, airlines, I think they suffered. So if you look at companies like Make My Trip, I think they were deeply, deeply hurt. But then they embraced the reality that, for the next couple of years, and that couple of years could have been 10 years. We don't know it just ended maybe after 2 years. But they did embrace that, they accepted reality and figured out how to restructure, reconfigure themselves to be able to deal with it.
So when a crisis like this hits, and you've written a book, a wonderful book on, how to emerge from a crisis or how to turn that around to your advantage. When something like this happens, it's a googly, right? It's an oddball. It's thrown at you. It's a curveball.
Yes.
Are there a couple of, while I know there's no formula, is there anything, more sensible kind of approach that an entrepreneur can take to tide this over?
Yes, so I think, I call this resilience.
Yes.
In fact, resilience is a concept that it's like empowerment, right? You either understand it properly or you don't understand it and use it as a buzzword. So I think resilience means a certain set of things to my mind. To my mind, resilience means, for example, character is one component of resilience. Those who have character are able to tide over adversity better than those who don't. And what is character? Character, I think, is the difference between knowing and doing. So a lot of smart people, intelligent people know what is right and what is wrong. But people with character are able to do the right things, because doing the right things often is extremely difficult. It needs character to be able to do that. Most decisions that you take, which are really, really difficult, what is right to do. Say, for example, you're running a company and you have a sales head who's bringing in all the money, who's bringing in a lot of revenue, and the guy is involved in a sexual harassment case. Now, what call do you take? Do you actually fire the guy, which is a difficult call, or do you underplay that and soft pedal that issue? So I think that calls for character, being able to fire that guy, knowing the consequences that your business will get set back. So I think resilience is in character. One component of resilience is character. The second component of resilience, I think, is about uncluttered thinking, because if you can think in an uncluttered way, you're able to figure out what approximations to make, what matters, what is really important, what is priority, what is not priority. You're able to simplify your life very significantly. So being able to think in an uncluttered way, I think, is important. Another component of resilience, which is able to deal with adversity, I think, is all of us need to bring a blend of masculine and feminine leadership styles.
Energies,
which I think masculine energy and doesn't really mean men and women, but characters associated with them historically.
I feel all of them have a blend.
That's correct.
To different degrees.
Absolutely. For example, masculine styles are about ambition, it's about achievement orientation, it's about aggression. Whereas feminine styles are typically about, embracing collaboration,
empathy,
all of that. So I think a combination of the two is very essential for dealing with adversity. If you're extreme in one case, either case, you find it difficult to get over adversity. I think a combination of that. So I think there is a formula. You can actually come up with a clear formula on how to develop resilience, how to build adversity. And while some of these characters that I talked about, are in some ways inborn, but I think with practice and self-awareness and
That's true.
knowledge,
These can be nurtured.
Inculcate and nurture them.
So that brings me to what you just expanded on one other critical point, which I loved from one of your books, which is that all these characters, therefore, see, you can't build all of them on the spur of the moment, right?
Correct.
You can't say, hey, crisis is coming, let me build character.
Yes.
You can't do that.
Correct.
So then it takes that view, that self-awareness right from the beginning.
Absolutely.
And therefore you need a path for all this to happen.
That's correct.
That's extremely critical. You can't just build it in a day.
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've put some distance between COVID and us.
Yes.
Yeah. Just two big takeouts on how we've emerged collectively, the startup ecosystem. How have we emerged from this and where do we stand now? Now that this is about 6 months to 8 months behind.
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about a couple of big takeaways for you from this?
See, for me, I think COVID created some short-term trends. They created some long-term trends as well. Those who identified the short-term trends and thought that they were long-term trends are to some extent suffering. You can see that already today. So they went overboard in assuming that these short-term trends are going to last forever.
Right.
So work from home will last forever. Schools will be shut forever. Businesses will be, everything will move online.
Everything
will move online.
Right.
So I think they went overboard and built things for the short term, which actually, for the long, assuming that this will be a long-term trend, which it is obviously not. So I think these businesses did tend to suffer. So I think that is for me one big takeaway. And in terms of other things, I think the pandemic accelerated a few trends. One trend that it accelerated clearly to me is that people have begun to migrate online very quickly. So people who never thought of shopping online have begun shopping online. The third big one is nothing to do with startups. I think a lot of people, began to realize very clearly that there is more to life than, doing an underpaid and unfulfilling job. They figured out that you can do gigs on the side which are fulfilling. They figured out that you can do very interesting things on the side. The passions they can work on.
Right.
So I think staying away from that punishing commute and within the four walls of their home, they discovered
a new world.
Yeah, a new world in itself. I think to me that is the biggest. That means people have discovered
More of themselves and more dimensions.
That's correct. Yeah.
Right. That's extremely heartening. Yes. Another interesting takeaway from some of your books is that, and this is something I've been practicing to the extent possible. I think it's a never-ending journey, which is that as enterprises scale up, the media and all the conversation, the general discourse focuses on scaling up of the enterprise. But what about the scaling up of the founder? Right? That's an extremely interesting point you make in your books. So can you expand a little bit about that?
Yes. So I think, no startup can scale without the founder herself being able to scale. Because ultimately it's the founder behind the business. So I think founders need to be able to scale as fast as the startups in terms of multiple things. For example, startups go through multiple organizational transitions and individuals go through multiple leadership transitions. So founders need to be able to make these leadership transitions seamlessly. And if they know what these leadership transitions are and how they should go about making them, it's that much easier for them to make. So I think, founders in the beginning are able to hustle, use first principles thinking, avoid bureaucracy and get things done fast. But that's not going to take them to the next phase because they need to begin to understand organization culture. They need to understand how to prioritize. They need to be able to understand how to hire and inspire people smarter than them.
Right.
They need to be a magnet for talent. They need to develop resilience. So all these are skills and talents which they need to develop along the way. For example, they need to move from working hard to working smart.
Correct.
They need to develop a balanced leadership style. They need to be able to work with people who are not like themselves.
That's true.
Because in the beginning, you love working with people who are like yourself. And you can move fast. But
too much of conformity and homogeneity is bad.
Exactly. But at some point of time, you need to like working with people who are different from you, diverse backgrounds. So these are transitions that founders need to make. Unless they can make these transitions, they will not be able to scale the startup well. And I would say, it's like a kid learning, LCM, HCF in grade 5 and moving to calculus by grade 7. All of us learn calculus by grade 12.
Yes.
But then when a startup begins to scale, you need to be able to learn calculus by grade 7. So so for me, a founder scaling is in terms of, learning calculus by grade 7.
Right.
Like
crunching the learning curve and
crunching the learning curve completely. That's correct.
But how many entrepreneurs really, and I'm speaking mostly about India, manage to do that? And what are some of the methods and mindsets that you think have worked in an entrepreneur scaling themselves up? It's not easy. There are a lot of life
Absolutely.
skills
Yes,
involved.
yes.
There are dimensions that you cannot just overnight throw yourself into.
Yes.
Right? So I may be technically sound and I know my product or my whatever.
Correct.
So how does this happen? What works on ground?
See, I think if you look around, you'll find that some entrepreneurs have been able to scale in a very mature way. Some entrepreneurs may not have been able to scale, but still are running their businesses reasonably successfully.
Right, right.
But they're always fragile. At some point of time, they can always break. I think one key element for being able to scale in a very mature way is not to be carried away by success a lot. Because if you believe that you have played a very big role in your success, then you have a serious problem. Because luck also has played a very big element.
Absolutely.
Timing is the most important element. The moment you begin to realize that externalities have played an important role in your success, I think that's when you tend to become a little humbling. And then you gradually move towards being a level 5 leader. I'll give you an example. Sudhakar, V.S. Sudhakar. How many of you in this room have heard of V.S. Sudhakar, right? Nobody, but he's the heart and soul of Big Basket. He's never been in the media. Nobody even has heard of him. He has never made a statement. He's never spoken. But he's so focused on building the business. That's how level 5 leaders are. But you also find, other leaders who have built unicorns are always there in the media talking about themselves.
They talk first and build later.
Their fame is more important for them. So I think for me, even though some of these businesses appear successful, in the long run, to me, they're always fragile.
Yeah.
They always run the risk of breaking up. They always run the risk of governance issues suddenly showing up and surprising investors. So I think being a little low-key, not getting carried away by success, which means not getting demotivated by failure also, I think is very important.
So maintaining equanimity.
Equanimity, I think, is very
And the focus.
And the focus.
On first principles,
Being
like
a
you said earlier.
hedgehog, absolutely. Doing what you do really well, staying focused on that.
Right. And linked to that is also the thing that you need to delegate. You need to bring in people with diverse skills and backgrounds.
Yes,
Feel
absolutely.
comfortable and let go of your insecurity. Right? About
Absolutely.
working with them.
Truly secure leaders, are those who can hire people smarter than them.
And get the work done.
Get the work, absolutely. Yes.
Right, okay. Yes. When and how did Hari, the corporate honcho, investor, mentor to entrepreneurs, turn writer?
So,
As in writer of books,
Writer
especially.
yeah. So I have been a first principles thinker all my life, and I have been a reasonably good student. But as Manish said, I was never bothered about exams. I was more interested in learning and all of that. And, in a corporate life, you don't get to really write a lot. But I was a person who always paid a lot of attention to spotting patterns and spotting trends. That was something that was, natural to me, or innate in me. So at some point of time, 7 years back, I just felt I've been in the startup ecosystem for 13 years. At that point, it was 13 years. And I felt that there are many young founders who are solving problems that have been solved already in the past. They're struggling with many of those. And I felt 80% of the problems they're solving have already been solved for. So I thought, why not share some of these learnings? So I began writing on an open platform, which is LinkedIn. And I found that, my writings resonated with people because they were very real.
Right.
And they were not textbookish kind of points. They were based out of real life experiences.
From the trenches.
Trenches, exactly. So as a result, I found a lot of positive response, and I thought, why not begin to write a book? And that's how, the first book came out, which is Cut the Crap and Jargon, Lessons from the Startup Trenches. And then one book after the other became a pattern for me.
So you do like to express your thoughts, I can see that.
Absolutely.
And you do that fairly frequently and freely.
Freely, absolutely.
Right?
And I speak my mind.
You speak your mind.
I speak my mind as well.
Yes. And I've seen that you also get into the flow of the feedback. There's an energy flow and a feedback loop in the conversations. And does that help you? Has that helped you in writing a book also?
Yes,
or writing books?
Yeah, writing books it has helped me, but I'm not a very avid reader. I think some in the last panel, Raghu and Manish were talking about reading books, and I think Raghu mentioned that there's no difference between someone who hasn't read and someone who's illiterate. I have a slightly different take on that, which is there's no difference between someone who reads a lot and does nothing, and someone who doesn't read and do nothing. So I believe a lot more in action, and I think.
But you're someone who doesn't read much but does a lot.
Yeah, I write a lot because a lot of I look for patterns, and my consumption of information is by talking to people, listening to people, observing things around me, and sometimes these days visual content, YouTubes. But my reading is very limited. It's not very high. I'm not very voracious reader, but by most standards, I'm probably average. I would rate myself as.
So the next logical question is, which are some of the books that you've loved, that you really, really liked a lot? Yeah. What would you like for us to also pick up and try?
Yeah. So I love stories, but real life stories inspire me a lot. So I'm not passionate about reading business books, though I write business books myself. So I've read, for example, 0 to 1, Reid Hoffman's, Masters of Scale I've been reading, but I find a lot of leadership lessons from people who have not done anything in management. So for example, Shackleton's Way. I found amazing lessons in leadership, different styles of leadership. For example, Shackleton's leadership style was very different from Edmund Hillary's, from, Robert, Scott's leadership. All of them were very different. But for me, for example, Shackleton's Way was a very interesting book. A Team of Rivals, for example, the story of Lincoln bringing in all of the, people who lost the presidency with him, bringing them on, just like Barack Obama brought in Hillary Clinton, for instance. So that book, for example, was very inspiring. Mount Everest, assault on Mount Everest, and the story of Mount Everest itself, for me, was very inspiring. So I found a lot of leadership lessons from books which don't purport to be books.
Business books on leadership.
Explicit books on leadership, for me, I find them very, very, I just can't stand them. So I like books which don't explicitly claim to be books on leadership. I think
But still unravel the deeper shades, right, of life.
Correct, absolutely.
Okay. And what about fiction, and what is your comfort reading?
My comfort reading since...
What do you go back to when you want to really pick up a book and forget the
For
world?
example, for my daughter, it used to be Roald Dahl and, Happy Prince.
As in, you used to read to her?
I used to read to her. And now, for example, To Kill a Mockingbird, I can read it n number of times. Whenever I'm stressed, whenever I'm feeling a little unhappy, I can read To Kill a Mockingbird, and I can read a few of Oscar Wilde's books, and they give me a solace and comfort.
I love Oscar Wilde's books too. Lovely. The other ones I love are Agatha Christie.
I see.
Anytime, So
Holmes, for example, Sherlock Holmes, Conan
Sherlock
Doyle,
Holmes. Yes.
I've read each of them a number of times.
Okay, note to the audience who are here or who are watching online, please do send in your questions. You can send in your questions online through comments. Just type in your comments and they'll land up here and we'll pick up your questions. But we'll just take a break from the conversation and take a couple of questions from the audience here. Could you please hand over the mic, please? Someone needs to go there. Jay has a question.
Hi, Hari. What's your take on moonlighting?
I have written extensively about moonlighting. I've written in Money Control, Mint Canada Central Page. The thought on moonlighting is that it's the way forward, which is that the more you try to fight it, the worse it is. I think you should embrace it and move on, because those who are opposing moonlight, I think expecting underpaid workers to work unlimited hours is patently unfair. I think the idea of moonlighting came in an era when employers bought 8 hours or 9 hours of their employees' time and nothing else. But today, that has changed. They pay them the same, but expect them to be available over weekends and for unlimited hours. To me, that's completely unfair. I think people should be allowed to do side gigs, paid or unpaid. You don't even need to take permission from employers, as long as you're not working for a competitor or disclosing confidential information. I think moonlighting is the way forward. That's the way it is.
So I have a tangential question, because sometime back we said, one needs to get into the flow of growth and scaling up, and one really can't control a lot of variables, right? So there is corporate management. You need work to be done. Your aspirations are galloping. There are lots of things impinging on you, a lot of problems, challenges in the market, and you have your workforce, your team, right? So if you let people moonlight, so my question is, how does an organization draw? Where should they draw boundaries? And those boundaries need to come from them, right? Rather than being enforced by market challenges or by forces like moonlighting. Can management take that decision in a balanced way, balanced for the team, balanced for themselves?
Yeah, see, I think people, you should give people work that is fulfilling. If people don't find work fulfilling, you can't expect them not to go out and do interesting things which excite them. And I think the pandemic made people realize that some of them are stuck in boring jobs, and there are side gigs that can be extremely interesting. I think employers should hold employees accountable for outcomes and not for the amount of time they spend on the job. If they want to hold them accountable for time spent on the job, it should be 9 hours and nothing more. Otherwise, hold people accountable for outcomes. If you find somebody not delivering outcomes because they are working all night on something else and not able to concentrate, then hold them accountable for outcomes. Fire them if they're not delivering stuff to you.
Right.
So I think the effort should be focus on outcomes.
Again, first principles.
The problem with many of these services companies is that they are selling employee time to their clients. They're billing 8 hours or 9 hours to their clients. And therefore, they expect them to be there for 8 or 9 hours. That's fair as long as they're expecting them to be 8 or 9 hours. But expecting them to be beyond that, I think is completely unfair. Completely unfair.
Yes. Another question.
Yeah, my question is not necessarily in the context of Big Basket, but how do you really manage the tension between, let's say, seasoned outsiders as in HR, culture building leaders like you, and the founders who need not be very receptive, because they are driven by capital-induced growth, as you said. So how do you see people managing this tension?
Yeah. So I think there are two questions that are embedded in what you asked. One is, of course, how do you hire and integrate lateral hires who have independent points of view? And for example, other thing you talked about, capital-induced, product market fit and growth. I'll take the two separately. Somewhere they come together, I think. So there are several organizations you can clearly see, their growth, their customer experience, all of that is capital-induced. I'll take names here. For example, if you take a company like Zepto, right? They can deliver amazing customer experience because they're giving stuff to you in 10 minutes through great execution. They can do that. Now, product market fit to me is a combination of multiple things. It's about growth, it's about customer retention, and it's about profitability eventually. If all the three elements are not met, then you've not really achieved a product market fit. It is capital-induced product market fit, which is you can give discounts, you can run into losses and deliver experience which is not going to last for very long. You can deliver profitability, but if you don't deliver, experience, customer experience, then also we're not a PMF. So I think you need everything here. Now the question is about lateral hires. So I don't think all founders, want to get growth at all costs. There are sensible founders who believe that, there will be good times and there will be bad times, and the cycles will always be there. Cycles of hype and cycles of, pessimism. So smart and mature founders who have ridden these cycles multiple times never get carried away during the up cycle and never get too disappointed during the down cycle. So some founders clearly want to build, I would say, sustainable businesses, and the Big Basket founders are some of them. Besides that, there are many others. To me, for example, an InMobi, if you take a company like InMobi, a company like Book My Show, even Swiggy, I think they are businesses known in the ecosystem for being the hedgehog, which is doing things that they're really good at doing, without getting distracted, without believing that capital can accomplish anything. For example, during the demonetization in 2016, Paytm suddenly thought, they can do anything. And they put out the Prime Minister's ads along with the Prime Minister's pictures. And they raised money from SoftBank and they tried to build an Amazon and Flipkart, which is Paytm Mall. They lost thousands of crores in the process because of this digression and distraction.
And they've exited some of their businesses.
PhonePe and Google Pay built out payments businesses, which was their core. They lost sight of the fact that their core business is payments, and they could not do anything. So I think there are companies which stay focused, build businesses in a sustainable way, and there are some companies which get carried away by hubris and by the belief that capital can accomplish anything. I think there are different types of beliefs and businesses.
Meena has a question. Can you just come forward? Meena, you have a question. Yes.
Hi, thanks for all of that. My concern is when you talk to a young person today, 13, 14, what do you want to be? I want to start a company. I want to become a unicorn. I want to sell it, and I want to make lots of money. It's not about what you want to do. They have no clue. So I think this whole entrepreneurship thing is so hyped up by media today that young people see that as the only, channel to make good or to achieve something.
Correct.
That worries me a lot.
Worries me also.
I'll just add
It worries
to
me.
that.
I'll talk about that.
I'll just add to the question. It's as if you just enter entrepreneurship and you're a billionaire next.
Exactly. Right. Yes.
The 99 other stories, or maybe 999 other stories of failures are never played out for realism.
As if they don't matter.
Reality check.
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree with you. This is the survival bias, I think. And that's the point I made right at the beginning, which is we have wrong role models. Media has played a big role in creating these wrong role models, because this is not going to work. Millions of Indians can never, set up these big companies. I'll just give you some data on this. So let's assume that India is a $3 trillion economy roughly. We are growing at 6%, which means $180 billion is what we add every year. And in India, 50% of GDP is wages. So $180 billion, 50% is $90 billion. And there are 17 million youth entering employable age every year. If you divide 90 billion by 17 million, roughly you get 25,000 rupees is the average wage per month. But the fact that 10% of the people corner 50% of the wages really mean that most youth in India will have sub 10,000 rupee jobs. That's the reality.
Jobs.
The sooner we recognize this, the better it is. So there will be millions of people who will be micro entrepreneurs, and we should encourage them to set up small businesses, 3 people businesses, 10 people businesses, Because even if you look at these unicorns, how many of them you think are really going to survive? For example, a Paytm, Zomato, you saw the share prices collapse because they didn't deserve those kind of valuations. Many of them you're seeing valuations come off because of the pandemic, going away, the businesses which were built. So many of them are not sustainable and are never going to give you employment. Forget these startups. Even the large ones, Vedanta, for example, Foxconn, setting up a huge 150,000 crore project. The cost it takes to create one job is about 6 crores. So you can't get more than 40, 50,000 jobs. So the only way is micro entrepreneurship. I think we should have a cabinet minister for micro, small, medium enterprises in every state, empower the minister, create role models, recognize small enterprises who are creating jobs. And that's the only way forward for India. These big unicorns, big companies are not going to take us anywhere.
Lovely, heartfelt, and I completely agree with you. So tell us about Artha now. I can sense that that's going to be your big part of your life, or possibly all your life, for the next decade at least. Tell us what the intent is, the what, the why, and the how.
So ultimately, some of us have come together to start a school for entrepreneurship. We've called it the Artha School for Entrepreneurship. The purpose is to solve for the problem of scaling. So here is the thing, there is a difference between our capabilities and our aspiration. Our capabilities is that 6 of us, we have been working for startups which have scaled, VC-funded startups, but our aspiration deep in our hearts is to help these micro entrepreneurs and help all kinds of entrepreneurs, including social ventures. We believe there are lots of lessons to be taken from the for-profit side into the non-profit side. And there are lessons like, for example, because they face the same problems of scaling, stakeholder management, efficiencies, understanding customers, creating impact, they have the same issues. So a lot of lessons to be learned. So we also want to create impact by helping these social entrepreneurs learn how to scale. We want to help micro, small, medium enterprises, the art of scaling. So this is a school where the dream is big. We also want to create, schools of entrepreneurship under the Artha name, which offer a postgraduate degree in entrepreneurship, where we don't charge 40 lakhs, like, for example, the ISB charges, because once you charge 40 lakhs for fees, then you will aspire for jobs which are 1 crore.
Don't come out with wrong intent.
And very few companies in India can offer 1 crore salary. So we want to create, affordable programs which teach relevant stuff taught by practitioners rather than by academicians, so that these people can hit the ground running and join smaller startups.
I think if you keep 40 lakh stuff as your benchmark, they're just going to go after a plush corporate job.
Yes, absolutely.
They're not even going to take up something that's going to solve a problem.
A couple of days back talking to these, ISB students, many of them, expressed a lot of interest in entrepreneurship, but gradually as they began speaking, I realized that all of them wanted well-paying corporate jobs. So I think it's cool to talk about entrepreneurship. It's a very difficult journey. Very few people actually take it up. It's just cool to talk about.
But this is a fantastic platform for you, self-created platform, to make that the whole theme of micro enterprises, which are sustainable, come true. Right. At least to some degree, right?
Yes.
And you're working closely with governments and policy.
Yes, absolutely. So that's very critical. If you want to create impact on scale in India, or for that matter, anywhere else in the world, you cannot avoid working with the government. You might have all your complaints against the government, they're bureaucratic, they don't do this, but I think to create impact on scale, to get that kind of reach, you have to be able to work with the governments, and our intention is to work with them.
Okay, we'll take one more question from the audience, and then I have one very interesting question, my pet question of Hari to ask. So we'll close with that. Yes, the lady there has a question.
Thank you. My question is, what is your opinion on the role of startups today to shift from business as usual to sustainable business models? By sustainable here, I mean consider the planet along with people and profit.
Yes. So I think, I think there are lots of small businesses being set up. So I just had been to Trivandrum recently for that youth, Mela, where they had come up with some interesting ideas. It was such a heartening thing to see, young students, one was in 12th grade, one had just finished college. They were all setting up small businesses. Many of them were very sustainable, I would say. And if you ask me, many of these small businesses have to be sustainable. I was also talking to, Suresh Gundappa of GAME, Ravi Venkatesh and Suresh Gundappa run this thing called the Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship. And the way they are solving problems is precisely this, which is they have to be sustainable. And the way they do it is that they go to local communities to source problems. They ask them, what are the 10 problems that you guys are facing in your communities? And they find young people who can figure out answers to them. They hold some kind of a competition and get people to find answers to that. And then they also find a stakeholder and sponsor to be able to support this idea and this entrepreneur so that it becomes a success. So I think you need new ways of entrepreneurship to be able to build sustainable businesses where you involve the communities, involve stakeholders who benefit from the communities to sponsor these kind of enterprises. So while, the academies and, Byju's hog all the limelight for all the wrong reasons, I think it is these stories that, we need to be talking about, and, they should be our role models. Again, I keep saying this.
Great. So we'll wrap up with this last question. You've written co-authored books with, 7 books with other people, and that's a lot of co-authoring.
Yes.
So your styles may be different, right? So how did you manage to blend your style with that of the writing style, expression style, with that of your co-authors? And also backgrounds differ, right? I know there could be some common ground that you would have found. That's possibly why you even decided to co-author. But how did you blend styles of different styles of personalities, expression styles, etc.?
It's like working with a co-founder. You can have 2 co-founders, 3 co-founders building a business, and all 3 of you are going to be different. And you should be different, right? If you're identical, there's no need to have a co-founder. So I think you should be different. You should bring complementary skills. And I think there should be mutual respect. The reason why 2 good co-founders work, despite being different, is there is alignment at a very foundational, fundamental level. And therefore, you can appreciate, accept, and even celebrate the differences at a superficial level,
right,
because there is foundational alignment. And the same thing is true for authors as well. When you co-author a book, there should be alignment at a fundamental level. And you know what? I like people with different sets of ideas, somebody who can question me, allow me to question them. And I think ultimately writing a book is a bit of a lonely journey. Like building a business is a lonely journey.
Yes.
And I don't want to be lonely. I want company. And I want good company.
Meaningful company.
Meaningful company. In fact, the entire purpose of my life, at least going forward, is to work with people I like and do things that I love.
Hopefully you'll work with me sometime.
Yes.
So what was the writing process? Nuts and bolts. How did it come down? So did you take up separate chapters, or did you combine your ideas and create a chapter?
So
who actually wrote it?
Yeah. So every book has been different, for example. So I think for me, certainly writing has been about putting out everything that's already in the head. Over months, some ideas begin to take shape, and they're just waiting to come out. For me, it's just that. Ideas from the head just coming out. And then I do, of course, some very elementary research to gather some data to substantiate that. It's not that I look at data to write a story. I have a story in my mind. I just look at data to substantiate that. Now, coming back to specific nuts and bolts chapters, I think every book has been different. There's a new book coming up called Rising Middle India, which I wrote with Bala. So Bala and I write, our writing styles are very similar. The way we think is also very similar. So he wrote a few chapters that he was passionate about. I wrote a few chapters that I was passionate about, and it came well together. Diversity Beyond Tokenism is a book I co-authored with Swati Jaina. That's a book, I wrote from first principles. In fact, diversity, I have been, working in the entrepreneurial space. So diversity was new territory and ground for me, but I understood it from first principles, and I found that everything that was done by companies was terrible. It was a sham. So I had some thoughts. So she had some thoughts as well. Both of us were aligned. Our writing styles were similar, so we wrote different chapters. But there were some cases where I co-authored with some particular author, where I did, for example, bulk of the writing, because that person may not have been able to write as well, but think reasonably well. So I think case to case, it depends on book to book.
Lovely, superb. I could go on all day and then hijack this entire festival, but that's not the point. I can't do that. We'll talk offline. Thank you so much for this heartening, enriching chat.
Thanks a lot.
I hope you all enjoyed this. Thank you, Hari. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Okay. Cool. So that was that.
Hi.
Boyd. My energy levels have gone up 10 notches from where it was earlier. And we're all set to look at a very different facet of entrepreneurship, something that doesn't, unfortunately, get the right kind of play in popular discourse, in common discourse, much like what we spoke about for generally all about, the startup world. So a lot of noise, but very little of what's actually happening on ground has been captured. So we're focusing this session on how to make business schools startup friendly, right? So Hari did touch upon this. his conversation with ISB, etc. So I found something similar, which is that a lot of conversation there is focused on placements and jobs and stuff, whereas a lot of entrepreneurial action is really happening in India and engineering colleges. So I think it'll be a good, interesting contrast, and I hope that will also be explored. So we have Sudhakar Rao in conversation with Kashyap Kompella. I invite Kashyap to come on stage. Thanks, Kashyap. Come, please. So Kashyap, sorry. Okay. So Kashyap is, apart from being part of the FEST team, if you remember one of the slides I showed you earlier and helping us curate the panels here, he's an award-winning industry analyst, a best-selling author, educator, and AI advisor to leading companies and startups in US, Europe, and Asia. He's the CEO of the global technology industry analyst firm, RPI to AI Research. This company advises global corporations, venture capital, and private equity firms and government agencies on everything related to AI. So you have AI investments, enterprise AI, AI policy, AI governance, AI ethics, and so on. He's also the founder of AI Profs, whose mission is to democratize AI education and equip public and private sector workforces with the right skills for the future. Welcome, Kashyap. Thanks a lot for steering this. I request you to take a seat. Oh, okay. And Sudhakar is... So Kashyap will introduce Sudhakar, but before I hand this over to him, a word of thanks to Sudhakar. Hi, can you see me? Can you hear me? Hi, Sudhakar. Lovely meeting you. And lovely
Same here.
Oh, your voice is booming over the hall. Sudhakar represents the ICFI group. He's a director there. And over the years, we've developed, we as in personally, but also more importantly for the FEST, a very close bond. So he's been there as a pillar of support for us. And that has worked a lot in arranging finances and in generally bringing this FEST to the stature it is in today. So thanks for that, Sudhakar. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Ganesh, for setting the context, and thanks to IBS for being such a big supporter of BBLF. So we only have 15 minutes, so without further ado, let me give a brief intro to our topic. Our topic is how to make business schools more friendly. As an alumnus of ISB, I'm going to respond to some of the comments that came in the last session between Hari and Ganesh. But I have great pleasure in introducing Sudhakar, who is a brand strategist, startup advisor, and an author. He heads the branding for the ICFI group, which is now like 11 universities, 9 B schools, 7 tech schools, 7 law schools, plus a very big distance learning group. So I didn't realize that the ICFI group is like so huge. He's also the official spokesperson for the ICFI group. He's an alumnus of Osmania University and IIM Bangalore. And apart from branding, design, he's also interested in design thinking, innovation, diversity, inclusion, and entrepreneurship. For the last 1 year, he's also been an avid outdoor biker. So, man of many interests and talents. Thank you, Sudhakar. So, my first question is, please take 2 minutes to give your opening remarks on this topic, B schools and startups. Over to you.
Good morning and thank you, Kashyap. I'm extremely happy to be here. As usual, BBLF is very close to my heart. ICFI Business School and ICFI Group would love to associate with activities and platforms like BBLF. We would love to continue in future as well. It has been a platform of opportunities, learning, as well as networking for all of us. Every time I was present there at BBLF, I learned. Meeting several people, I picked up a few thoughts apart from a few books. This time I'm missing that and I'm doing it virtually. I would like to thank Mr. Benedict and everyone connected with BBLF. And I also would like to thank ICFI Business School Bangalore, my faculty members and there physically, and many other members from the ICFI family who have joined this session virtually. A very good morning to all of them. One good news is that our deemed university has been graded A++ by NAC, which is the highest accreditation grade that a deemed university or a university can get. So congratulations to all the stakeholders. Thank you all. And we look at entrepreneurial ecosystem because it is one of the core tenets of the brand. Innovation, technology, and entrepreneurial mindset. These are the three tenets of our brand. So we have a loaded interest with respect to entrepreneurship and therefore startup world. Startup world and B schools have a symbiotic relationship. More than jargon, what I would like to say today is that the business schools will do well to become a hotspot for startup world. Startups are there everywhere, but there is no particular hub for startups. I think the business schools will have to don that avatar of becoming the hub or the hotspot for startups for a variety of reasons. Given the stakeholders that the business schools attract, and true to the positioning of any good business school, I think startups, enmeshing the aspirations of startups with the goals of the B schools. And the third one is thriving on the learning opportunities and the contribution opportunities that we have between a B school and the startup world. I think for these reasons, B schools should become hubs or hotspots for the startup world.
I like that framing, these schools as like hubs in the startup ecosystem. So before the next question, a big round of applause to the ICFI students and faculty who are here, who showed up in force. And they're doing a lot of helping up with the organization. So thank you for that. So here is a question for the audience. Do you think entrepreneurship can be taught in a B school? How many of you think entrepreneurship can be taught in a B school? Show of hands. So, Mr. Sudhakar, you have a tough job. So can entrepreneurship be taught in these schools? You have to convince our skeptical audience out here.
Yeah, entrepreneurship can be taught in a business school, but not in the same pedagogy or not in the same methodology that we've been using. The earlier response and the current question are interconnected in the sense that the stakeholders like current students, stakeholders like alumni, stakeholders like faculty members, stakeholders like the industry, for example, the corporate relations team that has built meaningful relationships over the time with the business school generates varieties of activities, the give and take between the industry, apart from your internship, apart from final placements. I think that is a very good relationship capital that will be useful to startups. All these things are possible at one go. The faculty members, some of them who are keen on entrepreneurship, will be very good advisors because majority of them would have worked in the industry and therefore they have put in more number of years on this corporate ladder also. So they would be a good advisors and mentors. Then the current students would have an opportunity of working on real life projects, real life activities, and something where people are betting on them. Okay. So startups should operate, should work very closely with them to make use of the different stakeholders' potential that is already available within the B school system. So that's the point. And you can't teach it in a manner that, I have a few slides and you sit down and listen. I think that the teaching is more in terms of practicum. Every course has got a practicum angle, and all the practicum courses can be delved into these startup exercises for their feasibility, for their research, for finding insights, for probing further, and making sure that the business is all set for takeoff. I think those commission projects will be extremely useful, not just from the point of view that they would earn some money, but more importantly, because it's real life. I think that's where is the big connect, and that's where the teaching learning has to happen, and it's not in the regular method. It has to be practicum method.
I think I agree with you that it has to be more pragmatic approach, not just classroom approach with a lot of all the interventions that you suggested. So one question that comes up when it comes to B schools is, let's be honest, the number one metric by which B schools are judged is their placement statistics. Like everybody wants to see those 1 crore packages that are offered to their students, the newspapers for each batch. So there is that metric by which, or the expectations about the students. But there is also a lot of excitement about startups compared to, say, when I did my MBA maybe 15 years ago to now. Startups are so much more accepted part of the students' aspirations. So do you see a lot of change in how students are thinking about startups, your business students? What changes are you seeing?
Yeah, Kashyap, I think this is a bigger question of what is the societal faith on entrepreneurship. The kind of social value and appreciation that we associate with good placements and very good average salary is very different from a dip into entrepreneurial venture. I think it has to change slowly. I'm sure it is steadily changing, but neighbors, parents, society, and our own schools, all of us will have to treat it as a great feat of adventure sometimes bravery, and sometimes of courage when a student gets into startup or entrepreneurship venture. In the sense that some of the business schools where you studied and I studied have actually distorted this perception. Our schools where we studied have hit the headlines and distorted the picture, saying that there's a large figure of placement that has happened, although it would be 0.5% or 1% of the entire student population in that particular school. I think media also will have to play that down and probably assign a greater value for the courage a student has displayed by actually picking up entrepreneurial venture. Slowly, it will change. There are ways in which business schools will have to react to this and put a system in place. I would again borrow this from the social system that whenever a child is doing anything extraordinary, the parents actually provide some resistance. So there's no parental faith in entrepreneurship as well. So institutional faith, parental faith, and societal faith in entrepreneurship have to actually grow in tandem. And when I stick to institutional faith, it is not okay just to have incubator. It is not okay just to talk about startups, and it's not okay just to have some lectures about startups. I think we need to celebrate. We need to celebrate not just those who have entered into startups, but also celebrate the failures. I think the day we do a song and dance about the failure, the day we have the patience and time to look deep into the failure, celebrate, and normalize it, I think that day business schools and education institutions would have been properly ready for welcoming this startup culture on their campuses.
Absolutely. I think that resonates very strongly with me. Being more acceptable, accepting of risk taking and the failures that are associated with it is one of the key success factors. So, the previous session, there was a discussion. Hari said that ISB is charging 40 lakhs. That discourages risk taking because we have a big student loan. So, I want to sort of understand this. There is also research that shows that the most successful entrepreneurs are people who start at 45. At the age of 45, not like young students right away jumping into startup entrepreneurship. So do you see like, what's the right age to start up or right stage to start up? Or any thoughts on that?
I have two responses on this. There is no particular age, although the current data that's available would say that probably startups aged around 40 are very successful. But the data is going to change as we have more and more success stories are going to be chronicled. Second, the possible reason why people in the age group of 40 are successful is that there is that wisdom and experience and the real world experience that has helped them in probably steering their ideas after having worked for, say, about 10-15 years before that. A lot of them are still doing that. A lot of guys who have taken to entrepreneurship among our own students of ICFI Business School in various parts of the country, I said 9 business schools. somebody who worked in, who studied in Hyderabad and lived in Lucknow and worked in Chennai and Japan has now put up his startup in Dehradun. Okay, so that's beyond 10 to 11 years, somewhere closer to that 40-year mark or 38 years mark. Okay, now this is going to change because there is that learning that has come up into the system. Additionally, if B schools as a proposition become hubs and the hotspots, the faculty members and the alumni and the industry connects will provide that bridging, which is now required for a young startup guy with the advice of, say, the experience of 15, 20 years. I think it has to work like that. And it will not be appropriate to uh, uh, keep a age bracket for as a right age for the startups. I think it is the right mindset and right knowledge and the right exposure. What the startups are not doing is that the ability to take the feedback from market. There is a greater enthusiasm on one hand, but there is equally less enthusiasm on receiving the feedback on from elders or from seniors or from those people with experience. I think that is the quotient which has to be worked upon, and then things will be all right and this age will actually go down. But absolutely, we should not have any stigma with respect to age as well. Anybody can start up anytime, and that democratizes the entrepreneurial opportunities across the country, across all demographics.
I take away having the right mindset rather than any age and having an open mind to feedback. In fact, we have an example in Bangalore, a very inspiring story of a 79-year-old entrepreneur who's starting up again. Anybody knows who's that? Very successful startup entrepreneur in Bangalore, 79 years old. He's starting a company called Happiest Health. Yeah, Mr. Ashok Sudha. So I'm not sure if the age is going to reduce because if we have examples like Mr. Ashok Sudha. But yeah, I think right mindset, right age. So we're almost running out of time, but I just wanted to quickly pick your brains in terms of what are the specific ways in which B schools are encouraging entrepreneurship? Incubators, B plan, venture contests, mentoring, seed fund, program flexibility. What are you doing at IBS to make startup and B schools more startup friendly?
A lot of business schools are trying to do this, either because the regulators are asking them to do or because it's the buzzword. More than these two things, well-meaning business schools will have to engage in a very steady and constant activity. For example, a couple of decades back, people called what is soft skills has been included in their curriculum just for the sake of inclusion, but actually they didn't mean anything about it. So today, the requirement is again about startups, incubation, and things like that. So beyond lip service, beyond using it as a buzzword, I think we need to get deeper into these things. One example that I can give is that you can have your incubator, and you should also seed fund some of the ventures based on merits. The institution should create a special vehicle to seed fund some of the ventures. What it amounts to is that evidence of institutional faith in their own students or in their own startups will go a long way and encourage the world outside, the VCs, to actually enter and take it forward. I think even parents will have to do that, but that's a different point altogether. But institutions and business schools will have to create a special vehicle, and they will have to fund some of the startups on merit, which some of the schools are already doing. They may not be business schools, but some schools are already doing that. The second thing that business schools will have to work on is enlarge the spectrum of this entrepreneurship. We are working on these youngsters only when they are coming to us. Instead of that, the B school should actually partner with several other undergrad schools or actual schools up to 12th, that is the K-12 segment as well, and catch them very young with hackathons and competitions and contests, and have a methodology of bringing them to our business schools at a very, very young age. Bring them, have a competition, let them go back. They will see that this particular B school is emerging as an epicenter of all the activity and the hustle and puzzle of startup. And therefore, they'll have a greater affinity for this activity and also respect. I think enlarging the spectrum, catching them younger, and mentoring below the ladder, that is the downstream as well, by business schools, will actually meaningfully create a truly thriving startup culture and being very friendly with the startup world.
Sow the seeds of startup culture early by encouraging younger students. So we'll wrap up in 2 minutes, but I would like to take one audience question. You can just say the question and I'll relay that back to Mr. Sudhakar. So startups and B-schools, do you have any questions for Mr. Sudhakar? One question we will take. Yes, sir, please. So the question, Mr. Sudhakar, is do you have some data on what, the question is, what percentage of students do you see ending up in startups, maybe immediately in the long term, short term? Okay. So from our startups, not work, but
from our own experience, we are seeing that it is now closely touching up to 10 to 12%. Earlier, it was hovering around 5%, but it is somewhere around 10 to 12%. That is while they are still on campus. I'm sure over the next 1 decade after their graduation, a large number of them, at least 25% of them, would end up as entrepreneurs. I mean, that's what is the trend that we are inferring from the data that we have.
thank you for that. And we're almost out of time. So any last concluding remarks, please take a minute. Not more than that.
I think it is. Yeah, I think it is a long, persuasive game of successes and failure, hits and misses. Startup world, business schools will have to work in a symbiotic fashion. Having said that,
we've lost him.
Having said that, we need to write more cases. We need to create more simulations, and we need to bring these startups into the classroom and take the classroom into startups. I think that's where we'll do well.
Yep. Bring the classrooms into the startups and take the classrooms into startups. I think that's a wonderful note to close on. A big round of applause for Mr. So I request one of the faculty members from ICFI to come and accept a memento on behalf of Mrs. Sudhakar. I mean, all the faculty can come. It doesn't have to be just one, but
all of you go to the stage, please.
Just the two faculty.
All very valuable conversations we have had and on. Thank you very much.
More to come. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhakar.
Yeah, thank you, Kashyap. Bye.
Okay. So who doesn't like secrets, right? We all do. The juicier, the better. So I'm just hoping that in the next conversation, which is titled Success Secrets of 15 Entrepreneurs, we're going to hear some really, really practical, secrets from the trenches, things that will set our pulse racing and then say, hey, I need to do this to, start up my venture. I hope that will happen. And to anchor that, this is going to be a conversation between Ujjwal Kalra and Shoaib Ahmed. I'd love for Ben to come on stage and introduce Shoaib. Shoaib and Ujjwal, please come on stage first. Please, welcome. And a round of applause for them, please. And I'm going to let Ben introduce Shoaib because they go back a long way.
It's my pleasure to introduce Shoaib. Before I introduce him formally, I'd say that we were college mates. He was busy with elections, fighting elections, and I was busy in NCC, and both of us ended doing very averagely in studies. Okay, so I'd forgotten to mention this in my launch of the badminton book which 6 months back. But I remember to mention this, that he had suggested that I read this book called Inner Tennis. So if you have a chance, please pick it up. It's a small book. It is a complete book. It's self-help. It can be read by founders, startup founders, anybody. It's an amazing book. Please pick it up. And Shoaib has made himself lucky. That's a very strong statement. Made himself lucky by working hard and taking chances for many years.
He designed his luck.
Designed his luck, yes. Designed his luck. Why I say lucky is that he's one of the few founders and entrepreneurs who's exited and made good money. Round of applause, please. Because that's a dream of every founder, to exit and make good money. He's planning to write his memoir. Good luck with that. And he's played a key role in what Tally is. I'm sure everybody know this company Tally. Yeah, so he's one of the architect. Of course, the founder is a brainchild, but he helped Tally to innovate and where it is today. What he does today is he mentors founders. So any of you want mentoring, please go to him. His contribution to the software community is that he's one of the co-founders of iSpirit. iSpirit is, difficult to expand it. You can expand it later. It is a community of software founders who are responsible for what Bangalore is today. Nearly 2 decades back, it was started for what Bangalore is today because of iSpirit. So communities do influence outcomes, ecosystem building. So I'll leave here and then hand over the mic to Shoaib to take it forward. Thank you.
Appreciate it very much, but I think today I'm so excited to be here because got a chance to read another book. Benedict sent it to me and said, look, you need to be in this session of secrets and you need to know a few of the secrets yourself and don't just take your secrets. Ujjwal has done some phenomenal research and check it out. My first reaction was, another book, and that on startups. What can be different? Everything which is to be written has already been written. And I must say, Ujjwal has been a phenomenal job. And it's exhaustive. And I have to put a disclaimer here. I'm a little nervous about the need for, okay, is this better? Yeah. The need for my coaching or guidance. All that you need to do as a startup is actually pick up this book. And all the questions and answers are there. And I'm being honest. So, congratulations on this.
Thank you so much.
Been a phenomenal thing, and I will come to a little bit more about it as we speak. The first thing which struck me about the book, I was reading, the foreword. It's from Narayana, none other than Narayana, and most of his wisdom we've all know, right? At some point in time or the other, he's talked about it. But what struck me most was his journey from being a socialist to bordering on being a communist, thinking that, the only way to save the world is through that ideology. And his personal experience in the early days. I don't know if anybody knows this, it's there in the book, but he's clearly spoken about a lived experience. His lived experience, which was fascinating, is when he was traveling in his early days to Bulgaria. In a train journey, they made it very hard for him. In Bulgaria, at that point in time, was a hardcore communist state. It's like going to Mecca. And you get disillusioned with the religion. You get disillusioned with your practices because you see in the lived world, this is not what you what you set out to do. Okay. Is this better? Is this better? Oh my God. Okay. 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 I hope this works. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So just coming back to the story, he then talks about how he got deported and ended up being in Istanbul. And a terrible journey for him, and came back home completely disillusioned, leading up to what he became, a capitalist, a compassionate capitalist. And why this story struck to me was, separately, my 20-year-old was studying in college. She was going through the various ideologies and communism. And when we talked about it, I was so excited about her literature, which she was reading, that I said, yeah, when I was in college, I had a deep belief in communism myself. And she looked at me and said, Dad, what happened to you? Look at your lifestyle now. where did your ideologies go? And all of us had this burning thing to say, look, hey, we need to do something and make a difference. And my question to Ujjwal, because, hey, these were some anecdotal experiences, these were my experiences of saying, yes, I want to make a difference. But, making money becomes an important driver. So, Ujjwal, my first question to you, with these 15 entrepreneurs, that many of them you've been very fortunate to meet with a lot of people over the years, what's been the sense of the construct of the entrepreneur? How much of it is driven by, hey, I want to make a difference? How much of it is purpose driven? How much of it is all stakeholders should benefit? How much of it is, hey, only investors should? Not true, but so that's a kind of a sentiment that I want to pick from you, saying what's been your learning and how have you been able to synthesize this?
Okay, firstly, thanks a lot, Shoaib, for the introduction. On that, what I've realized is that, so there are upwards of 70,000 registered startups in India. Very few make it big, right? And one of the things which I've noticed is that there is always something underlying, something which is very fundamental. Money is not fundamental. Money is an outcome, right? So therefore, the question is, and there's also a reason to it. The question is, why are you starting up? What's that fundamental reason for you to start up? For me, the fundamental reason to start up was, so I remember that conversation with my father. This is back in 2010. And he asked me the same question. I told him that I want to make a difference. I want to, making something, building from scratch, and that makes a difference is something which really makes me happy. The reason to get to that why, which is not an outcome metric, which is money or fame or something around that, but something more fundamental, is because the startup journey will have its own ups and downs, right? And we've read this a lot, that this journey will have peaks, troughs, and so on. And my co-founder is also here, Sambhav, and we are going through that journey of ups and downs. You need that's something that's fundamental to hold on to that, to make you sane and to make you believe that come whatever may, that why is something fundamental, and you will go through that. You will go through that, and there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Or is it all this why and all this good stuff? Is it because Simon Sinek made it popular?
No, not really. So in fact, it started when I was having conversation with Sanjeev Chandani regarding this thing itself. And in fact, it's at the start of the book, is before you start up, you need to unravel that. And if you don't, then the journey will not be, at the end, it's a journey, right? You're not chasing an end goal, it's a journey in which you are in. And if you don't enjoy that journey, it's worthless.
Yeah. So I have to add a little bit to this, because that forced me to think, why did I start my business just out of 1 year of work experience out of college, when it was not sexy to do this kind of stuff? I mean, there wasn't even this so-called.
In fact, so during your time, I think even startup word was not even there.
It wasn't that. It meant that you didn't get a job. You had nothing else to do. You didn't get a job, you didn't go to US, you didn't go to the Middle East, and you're hanging around there waiting for something to happen. right? But yeah, the simple way, and it can be as simple as this. I had sold to a few customers working for a company, and the delivery sucked. And they were just not able to live up to expectations. So making making expectations and not able to meet them. And I said, man, I need to do something about this. And that was all the why was. I mean, let me be honest, there was nothing else about changing the world and all the rest of it, creating an impact. Came much later, like I said, when I got educated. But at that point in time, it was just this, that look, it's a reputation that you need to build. You need to go back there to the person. Forget about even the guy loving you and promoting you. It's as visceral as this. So just to, and you didn't come back and ask me any questions while writing a book, or you'll have a problem with you.
Probably I'll have a part 2 to write at some point in time. but on that, Shoaib, a question to you is, at that time, as you mentioned, that startup wasn't even a word, let alone a fancy word, right? And failures were looked down upon. How, when you said to your family that you would want to start up, how was their reaction?
Oh, very interesting. The closest person in the family who mattered most was my mom. My dad had passed away, and he was a lawyer by profession and a high court judge. And it's coincidental. Separately, there's a Chinese saying that for a boy to become a man, he has to kill his father at 18. My father had died by then. So the point being is metaphorical, of course, that you need to be able to step out of your family shoes, right? And it's important that you need to be able to stand for yourself. And you're not going to get the support. I mean, it's given, especially if you don't have a business family, so to speak. And I can understand my mother's anxiety. I mean, her insecurities would have been huge. Here was a guy, here was a person who should have potentially gone into something safer. And he's gone in and saying, yeah, I want to do this business. And for the longest period, whenever anybody asked her what her son is doing, she would say, I don't know. In a manner of speaking with a complete sense of disappointment, that I think he is wasting his time. He could have done something better, right? I could feel for her, and she wasn't communicating beyond it. She said, okay. She also was educated enough to say, look, let him find his own, right? And gave me the freedom. But the thrill was in her last 10 years of life. I mean, there was a complete transition because the pride was humongous and it was well worth it. So the point being, yeah, the family is an important one, but you need to back yourself.
Sure.
Yeah. So yes, that was an important piece. And so a couple of things on on the book itself, some of the things which you talked about. You've talked about, for instance, the product, the MVP.
Correct.
Right. So in the early days, what do you do? How do you get, and we'll come to the funding piece, but the interesting question was, how do you create a product and to create a minimum viable product? And you spoke to quite a few founders. And I was intrigued with this because when we were growing our business, or even though it's a software business, this term again was not there in our lexicon. And you either created a product which worked, or you didn't. So this, for me, is a piece of bullshit. So please respond.
So the way Shoaib we define MVP is it's a minimum viable product, which is, so look, when you think of an idea, right, you start with a customer problem, that this is the problem and this is a solution which might work. The keyword over here is might, right? Because you're sitting in your room discussing with your friends who eventually become your co-founders. But the question is still about might. MVP is that journey from might to it will work. And the thing is that whatever you're thinking in your rooms, that when you go into the market, it's everything is upside down. The market teaches you. If you come with a big product with 10 features, and when you go into the market will say, boss, this is not even what is required. Yes, this is my problem, but something other part of it is required. I'll give you one example which I've quoted in the book. So this is how the product Ather Energy, they make scooters, electric vehicles, right? So they started their journey in 2013. For 2 years, they just kept on making motors, chassis, transmission, and so on and so forth. And when I was talking to Tarun, who's the founder and co-founder and CEO of Ather, he said, that's the biggest mistake I've done. I spent 2 years in just building that thing, which I don't even know whether that worked or not. What was required was just to get one motor and one Nexus 7 tablet, because the hypothesis they were testing for was a fast electric vehicle with some electronic components around that. That's it. There was nothing about sturdiness. There was nothing about what's the mileage and so on and so forth. That was the hypothesis. And if they would have done that, probably they would have cut down their cycle to 6 months instead of 2 years.
And if you had to launch this book of yours with an MVP, what would you have done, Ujjwal?
So that's a different thing.
Just kidding. Okay. Doesn't work for all. It doesn't. It's not a. And I'm just saying, don't make that the holy grail.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the only.
So I'll tell you the framework which now I'm thinking of it is whenever there is a fast iteration cycle. On that, in fact, Shoaib, we had MVP versions of our book. So just as a context, it took 4.5 years to write the book and for the book to come out.
To become what it is today.
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful.
Yes.
Yes. Questions? Yeah.
Oh, in fact, yes. That's a good point. So I'll tell you how the book, in fact, started. So this is back in IMA 2016 when we were thinking of कि क्या idea होना चाहिए, product कैसे build करते हैं, and so on and so forth. So at that point in time, there were a lot of gyan things which were there on YouTube or you could go out and read. While there were also a lot of inspirational stories. But what we really needed is those inspirational stories clubbed with tangible learnings.
Sure.
So back at IMA, we started a series called How to Start a Startup, wherein the thesis was we divide the life cycle of a startup into 10 steps on thinking of idea, forming a team, building product, raising money, scaling it up. And we got the biggest of entrepreneurs, Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Deep Kalra, Kunal Shah, and so on. We put that on YouTube, and within 1.5 years, to my surprise, we got upwards of 4 million views on YouTube.
Fantastic.
That was
Phenomenal. Superb. Questions for him from the audience? This is good. And while, go ahead, anybody, just to provoke as we speak, the other issue from, which is besides the product, is the funding. So if anybody has some questions, happy for the expert here from Ujjwal to talk about. Any questions at all? Yes?
Did any of the founders regret taking VC money?
Oh, all of them. Sorry. Sorry. But they will not confess this. You know why? Sorry, this is an exaggeration. There's no such thing as all of them. But, and that's not a fair statement. So, sorry about that. I also wear a VC hat, by the way. So let me stand corrected. And my good friend here, Vineet, will also vouch for what I'm saying. He's a VC himself. But I think there is this tension of fast growth and like what Hari was saying in his earlier session about actually grooming the entrepreneur to be ready for that rapid race. And that tension causes frustration. So I think it's a combination of things, but I think you'll have a better answer on this.
I agree to that. It's always a pro and con side of thing, right? Money gives you, money to grow, guidance, and so on and so forth. But that also comes with a lot of things which you have to part with. That include, in some sense, I mean, it's a call which you take, whether you want to be a big fish in a small pond or a small fish in a big pond. Right? So when you raise money, of course, there is benefits which include, they give you advice for what they've seen across their portfolio, across the world. They also give you tangible, help in next set of funding, in hiring people and so on. But that also comes with, as Shoaib mentioned, there's some kind of a, I would say coherent tension, which is there is this thing whether you have to grow, how fast you have to grow, you also have to burn money in some sense. So there is this always in some sense struggle which happens when there are multiple people who are also trying to push. The struggle really happens is when the visions are not aligned.
Yeah, and an inbuilt piece, and sorry, just want to add to this. We have been trained to think in quantity, and quantity is good. If I have 10,000 people in the audience, it's fantastic. If I have 50 people in the audience, not so great. Hey, but what about the quality? What about the takeaways? What about the learnings? What about the engagement? What about adding value? What about making a difference? It takes time, it takes effort. It means, recrafting, doing good stuff. It's not just numbers.
Yeah, absolutely on that. In fact, Shoaib, I'll add an example. So we were talking to Anu Hariharan. She's a partner at Brexit. Partner at Y Combinator. She gave an example. So Brex is a company, it's a multi-billion-dollar company. The founder of Brex, what he does is that he takes all the potential VCs on a trek with him. And during that trek, he tries to assess whether the vision of what I'm trying to build and what the potential VC is trying to see, whether that matches or not. Because that vision alignment is very, very important. So two parts to it. One is the vision alignment at the start, and the other is communication. Because let's be honest, shit will hit the roof. Right? And you have to be utter honest and have to have, in some cases, you may not even have a potential way out. You have to be honest and go to them and ask that this is what is happening. So that the thing is that it cannot work in silos. It's a partnership at the end of the day.
Sure. Wonderful. So to know more, please read Ujjwal's book. And we'll have more conversations as well. And I'm sure it'll be fascinating. Thank you very much. I think we are running out of time. So thank you very much. This has been an excellent session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for the wonderful conversation, Shoaib and Ujjwal. Thanks a lot. As a small gesture of appreciation, may I request? Yeah, come on. Ben, will you do the honors, please? Come on. No, it's okay. Be there. Thank you, Shoaib. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, Ujjwal. He's come all the way from Bombay, by the way, for this fest. Thank you. Lovely conversation. Thanks. Okay, so who in this room needs coffee or wants coffee? Who wants tea? All right, so it's time to take a break. There's wonderful filter coffee and tea being served outside. Please avail yourselves of the refreshment, but not for too long. There's better refreshment in this room and excellent sessions pending now. So please come back in about, 5 to 7 minutes? That's about it. Yeah? Huh? Okay, you can't bring the coffee and tea inside, so it'll have to be a quick cuppa. But see you back in 5 or 7, please. There's lots of lovely stuff remaining yet. So those of you watching online, just come back in 5 minutes. Go take a quick bio break, grab your cup and come back. I'll see you soon. Oh, hello. Very nice of you to come.
Two chairs to the side and then the speaker to the side, or all three will be, they can't talk to each other.
The chair going on the side, screen. No, they'll be blocking the screen.
Yeah, okay. Okay, because this way they can't really converse with each other. Okay, little we can push it. So Mr. Nassima can sit here, the girls can sit here. Okay, these two are the girls. So please come.
Keep it safely.
No.
Yeah.
We can make it.
Yeah, do that.
This side.
Okay, so that was a refreshing break. I badly needed a cup of coffee. My throat is running dry. We're going to start the next session now. Let's slide straight into it. This is on investing in student startups. That's the theme that's going to be in focus for the next half hour or so. Have the speakers come? Has Suresh come? I'm not sure. We'll just wait for Suresh to come in. One second.
Yes. Big glass. Those are 3 people, no? So water is in here. Yeah. It's very small letters, not comes. Nobody is not visible. This is the paper. Print so paper में लेते हैं अच्छा A4 साइज में पेपर triangular
Have a seat. I'll call you. Okay, Suresh is here and we're going to sail straight into this. See, student entrepreneurship comes with its own dynamics, right? For one, I'd imagine, and I've interacted a lot with them, mentored quite a few. There's a lot of talk about entrepreneurship in college. There's a lot of interest, and rightly so. I'm very happy about that. But there is this issue of worldly exposure to the real life challenges, exposure to decision taking, the readiness to take decisions, the readiness to take on all the challenges and pitfalls that entrepreneurship throws your way. All right. So honestly, students are vulnerable. They're at a very tentative phase of life, but there is this aspiration to break out, start something, do something meaningful. So I think that's very beautiful. That universe, that microcosm is very beautiful. And that is what we're going to explore through questions and answers in this session. For that, I invite Suresh Narasimha on stage. It's a pleasure to have you back here. Another friend of BBLF, and thankfully there are many of them. Please come, please. So Suresh is founder, co-create Ventures and CEO Just Books. How many of you here are Just Books members? Oh, and me too. Great. That's such an excellent service, Suresh. Thank you so much. What?
Could have done better.
No. There was a question in your look. He's an idea stage investor in student startups and integrates CXOs with startups. He helps student entrepreneurs with all that they need, in very practical terms. That is, all sorts of resources, so funding, other resources, connections, etc., and mentoring, of course, to build the next big thing. He'll be in conversation with two very interesting, I wouldn't call them moderators, I would call them, I don't know, they're going to be asking him very needling questions, I hope, very troublesome questions. We have two student entrepreneurs here, for a change. So I welcome on stage Anaya Jetnandani and Manya Singh. Come. Anaya is a student of grade 11 at Indus International School, Bangalore, and an IB MYP Innovator Awardee. She's the founder of FinWin, an organization that aims to empower women by bridging the gender finance gap in our society. She conducts financial literacy workshops, very interesting, and organizes a mobile financial clinic, which just gets better and better, for marginalized women in their communities, thereby including them in the formal, the fold of the formal financial sector. So, a round of applause for that. I think they need a lot of encouragement for the hard tasks, but meaningful tasks they've taken on. Manya is a startup youth student entrepreneur and founder of Incuba Nari, a non-profit committed to empowering the Indian woman on financial independence by incubating their small business ventures and amplifying India's real stories of women's entrepreneurship. She's a recipient of the maximum individual MYP Innovator Grant towards her initiative and is passionate about leveraging entrepreneurship for a more equitable future. So looking forward to a great conversation. Remember troublesome questions. Over to you.
There can't be any trouble than someone not wanting to become an entrepreneur.
Nothing can be more troublesome than someone not wanting to become an entrepreneur. Right?
Wonderful. So I guess we'll start, Mr. Suresh, with both of us thought we'd start with questions surrounding our own ventures. So, Mr. Suresh, according to the Indian Ministry of Statistics, only 13% of entrepreneurs in India are women. This fact obviously exacerbates our existing low levels of female women's economic participation, and it hinders our achievement of gender equality. My organization, Incubanari, aims to empower Indian women through entrepreneurship. So I wanted to ask you, in your experience, what are the most important ways that we should and can support Indian women entrepreneurs?
Okay, one of the things that I'm really proud of is that I have 28 student startups. 60% of them have women as co-founders, right? This is something which is, this has been my statement wherever I go to. For the boys, right? Most of my audience are the college students, those who are in 3rd or 4th year. Boys, it's good to become an entrepreneur, right? So, in fact, it's the best choice for anyone is to become an entrepreneur. I can talk about it on and on. But for boys, it's good to become an entrepreneur. I went on to say, for girls, it's must to become an entrepreneur, right? So, because you don't want after 5-10 years, okay, may not be for you, for many of them, you don't want some joker to come and ask you to drop out of career, asking you to, do things which you will not do, right? So, for me, the belief is that if a girl becomes an entrepreneur, no one will have the guts to ask her to drop out of her career because you are already employing around 100 people, right? So, it's very important for me. So, it's just that they need to go out and do it. And best time to do is when you are in college, because that's the only time where you really enjoy your freedom. So become an entrepreneur when you are a student, and then the 13% will become 90% in no time. All right.
Okay, so my question to you is based on, so I have an organization, FinWin, it's a social organization, but what we think is that with limited resources that are provided for social organizations, how do we create a strategy to scale social initiatives and garner support as social impact does not offer commercial benefits?
I think this is a very big challenge, right? Probably, I'm not the best of the impact investors, right? Some of the companies that we have invested in are the impact ventures by definition, because we are a lot more pure at heart when we are still studying, right? It could be the reason, but I'm not the best guy to answer your question, right? It could be theoretical, please excuse me for it, but however I want to answer it. I think one of the challenge social impact ventures have is that most of them find it very difficult to truly differentiate. Right, so I'm doing a great job, similar to someone else who is doing who is doing some work 50 meters away. Right, by definition, the problem that you are picking up is not scalable. Right, anything which is in the impact, considering you need to work at a very low margins, etc. Unless you really scale it up, right, commercially it won't make sense for the person who is running it beyond certain years. That's where the energies will fall down, and that's where all the challenges. So my suggestion to impact ventures is you need to think a lot more commercial you need to think a lot more commercial, or you need to think of more finances than a normal entrepreneur, right? Because it's not just a need, but you have a responsibility, right? Because you want to go and impact, it becomes your responsibility to scale that impact so that it reaches a lot more people, right? I always say this even to researchers, right? If you are doing a research, right, it's your commitment or it's your responsibility to make sure that your research or the output of your research to masses, right? Similarly, impact ventures, the biggest problem is you need to think of scale from day one. You need to think of differentiation from day one, then rest of the stuff will happen, right? It's not different from any other startup. It's not different from any other venture if you start thinking like this. But many times what happens as impact investor, it's all about ourselves, right? So, you can't help it, right? Because you are doing such a great work, 30-40% of what you are trying to do is our own ego, right? The fact that I'm trying to do that. But just step outside the circle and look at it as a pure business and see how it can scale, right? This is my suggestion.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Welcome.
So, sir, in your interview with Your Story, you mentioned that startup founders and aspiring founders should focus on solving complex problems rather than just creating jugaad startups. What are some recent examples of real problem-solving ventures that Co-Create has helped incubate and scale recently?
So I will tell you why not jugaad, right? I mean, he was talking about, Ganesh was talking about students not having enough exposure and other stuff, right? But I look at it completely different, right? We don't have half the intelligence or energy that these kids have. They don't have baggage. That's a different issue, right? Probably that's self-imposed one. They don't have baggage, but they have a lot better understanding of the world than you and me have, right? I listen to at least 4 ideas every day, right? From all the colleges, all the students. I can assure you that 2 out of those 4 ideas, even in my dreams, I would not have thought about, right? Because their understanding of the world, their understanding of the life, their understanding of the technology is so much different from what we understand, right? So I think if this is what I say, the chances of anyone who is less than 21 building a unicorn is 20 times more than what chances I have or what any of us have, right? I mean, that is true with US, right? So just go and look at all the great companies that are created, right? So whether it's Facebook or whether all the great companies that you can think of from the US, all of them, most of them were started in the colleges by the students, right? Most of them were started in the colleges by the student. And today, some of those executives from India went on to become CEOs. My question is, what if Sundar Pichai could have built Google Chrome here, right? So was it the problem statement that was missing? Was it the resources that were missing? Was it the market that were missing? Probably all of them, but we have all of them now, right? So this is where I think, right, students, I mean, it's, forget about all the challenges, etc. All those things can be fixed, but here is the best time and great opportunity for them. Coming on to the jugaad solution, I really feel pain when we go and tell students that, I mean, anything is an innovation. You are setting a wrong example. Make them think hard, make them think deeper, right? You can't just think jugaad and build global unicorn, or you can't build grow globally great companies by thinking jugaad, right? While this is good, that's in our blood, but I want to make sure that all students or all youngsters think deeper, right? They try to pick up more complex problems. They try to create a solution which has a lot more differentiation, right? That's the reason. Okay, and you asked me for some examples, right? I can go on. Okay, I mean, I believe all the 28 companies that we have invested in have strong, deep tech innovations. For example, I will give you some examples, right? One of the few extremes, right? There are 3 girls who are working on wearables for the pets, right? Wearable for the pets, right? With the whole idea of increasing lifespan of any of our pets by 1 to 1.5 years, right? Is it not a great solution to have if you have a pet, right? So that's the 3 girls, right, into this one. There is a team which is working on, all of us hate Bangalore rains, right? I mean, forget about the traffic, etc. It doesn't rain now, but in 5 minutes it will rain like crazy, right? And you leave the home, it's not raining, you go to the next road, it starts raining there, right? So, I mean, Bangalore weather is unpredictable, like many other cities. So there are 3 kids who lost their all electronic components because of this problem once they were going to eat. So they thought, why don't we build a solution which will give hyper-local, highly accurate weather information, right, for our next 6 months with a 15 minutes granularity, right? So they went and built a whole weather station at less than $100, right? Built a whole weather station at less than $100, wherein all their competitors are trying to launch satellites by spending billions of dollars to solve the same problem, right? These kids have already deployed it in cricket stadium, football stadiums, hockey stadiums, right? They are working with a lot of power generation stations. This one because rain has a huge impact on them, right? This is one more company, right? Third company, I want to take this example because very, very close to my heart, right? So we think, Ganesh, for we talking about the exposure, right? I want you to listen to this example, right? 4 kids, Haveri, Chitradurga, Davangere, and Mandya, right? 2 of them studied in Kannada medium till 10th, right? And in fact, 2 of those students probably from the lower sections of the society, they are still in government hostels. I'm not sure how many of you have ever met anyone who has studied in government hostels in last 10 years, right? This is the background of the kids. The problem that they are trying to solve is they are trying to solve zero collateral crypto loans. Zero collateral crypto loans is the problem that they are trying to solve. We can't understand crypto, we can't understand zero collateral, right? So, I mean, yeah, that's it. So I have put them in front of CoinSwitch Kubera CEO, who is my friend, and he said, Suresh will go out for a smoke after 30 minutes. And then he said, Suresh, are you joking? Are you sure these guys are third-year engineering students who are not from the finance background, right? So I think it's just that give them support, give them confidence, give them mentoring. They will be able to come out with what we can't even dream of, right? So is the arsenal.
Thank you, sir.
So I absolutely agree with you. I do believe that as our students, we have to take advantage of our opportunity, that we don't have any baggage on us and we can actually break out of the bubble and explore opportunities and make the best use out of them. But coming to my next question, the biggest challenge we face as students is creating credibility on our initiatives. So what would be your advice to overcome this challenge?
So I think it's a myth, right? It's a myth. I don't think, right? So in fact, initially, right, some of my companies sell it to principals, right? The assumption that we have is when a student or when an youngster goes to principals and tries to sell it to him, principal treats him as any other solution. So which is the credibility point that you are talking. We said, okay, let's experiment out. You have built something as cool as, let's say something in the blockchain. Anyway, people on the other side may not understand what you are talking about. But don't worry, go there, fix up a meeting, go and talk to them and just share your passion. Don't even sell your solution. Share your passion or what you are trying to do, right? And invariably, that gives the great results, right? I think it's just a myth that we don't have credibility, right? The good thing is you don't have any negative credibility, right? You are not a credibility loss, right? Which is the situation with 95% of the people who will go and sell it, right? So I think it's a myth. Just have confidence and go out and rock.
Basically, sell our vision, sell our passion.
Sell our vision, right? So as a founder, that's what you should do, right?
Okay.
Just go and try why you are doing this, right? That's good enough, right? So that gives you instant credibility. In fact, someone who is working in the impact ventures, last thing they need to worry about is the credibility, right? You are better than 99% of us, right? Who are not even trying to think about some impact, right? So.
Okay, so yes, that makes sense.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks. Any questions from the audience? We can take, I think, just two. We have time for that. Yes.
Hi, so my name is Artha. I'm in grade 11 with them. I'm in Indus as well. So you said in the beginning that what could I have done better when you're talking to Ganesh sir. So my question for you is, if you could talk to your younger self when you had started your journey in investment and entrepreneurship, what advice would you give?
Nothing, yeah. I would have done a lot more. I mean, I think pretty much I'm one of those lucky guys who did whatever I wanted to do, right? So I was fool enough to go and acquire Just Books when, if I had not acquired it, would have closed, right? So I put in all this one, and so I just do what I really thought I should do, right? I became an entrepreneur when entrepreneurship was a taboo. I still remember, okay, in 2005-06, I used to go to colleges. For example, Mounts. I go there for the speech and sell them. It was very hard for startups at that time to hire, right? So I used to go and request them, if you can't become an entrepreneur, at least join a startup. If you can't join a startup, at least date a guy who is going to start up. Right? So, yeah, vice versa. Okay. Right? Sorry. Right? So, I mean, I was lucky enough, right? So I have I have taken a lot more risk, right? But one point I want to tell, right? So, sorry, taking away time from questions, right? I said it's best thing for an youngster to become is the entrepreneur. So I'm telling with complete consciousness, right? Because if you just go and do a search for failed entrepreneur in your LinkedIn, right? Some of you have the LinkedIn, right? You'll be amazed at the number of responses you get. So today, we as a society, we respect people who have tried something, even if they have failed, right? Most of the companies that I know will give you a premium if you have tried something and even if you have failed, right? So your career is always safer once you try something in the entrepreneurship, right? Your career is not at risk, right? The best thing to do this is do it when you are in college, no? I mean, if you are start it in the penultimate year, so that before you get to the final year, when your classmates are busy applying for the higher education or busy applying for the campus recruitment, make an offer saying that, why don't you come and join me, right? So, I mean, I said 28 startups, right? At least 28 startups, out of which around 7 startups are by the students who are right now in the final year engineering, right? And each of them, right, I'm not even saying an exception, each of them are in discussion with a term sheet to raise around $1.5 million at a valuation of $6-7 million, right? Each company have 2-3 co-founders, right? Which means each minimum they own is 25%. Just imagine 25% of $50 million, 50 crores, right? Which is 7.5, 10 crore. No job can offer you that, right? And if they don't get that, still there are enough acquired opportunities by which they make a much better returns. So my request to all the elders here is, if someone wants to become an entrepreneur, right? Don't even try to add your maturity to him, and don't even add him to all your risk mitigation strategies on him. Please allow him to go and do that. They know what they need to do, right? So, is that?
So, Suresh, since this Business Literature Festival, tell us a little about your Just Books journey, why you acquired, and what is the motivation behind reviving it? It's very inspiring.
So, I think there are, most entrepreneurs, right? In fact, one of the things that I suggest to all entrepreneurs is, before students who are in their first year, please go and work in an NGO or not-for-profit organization, right? First thing, you can't find any entrepreneur who doesn't want to give back, right? You will not find any entrepreneur, right? You will not find any entrepreneur who doesn't want to give back, and you will not find any entrepreneur who is not an avid reader. These two are guaranteed here, just to set the context here. So, I sold my Just Books, I sold my Monkey Box, etc. And normally the whole idea is, okay, let me make my 100 million and then go and donate 20 million is normally the way all of us think about it, right? So then I got frustrated, and then thought that, let me go and do my bit on the ventures that I'm really passionate about, which I believe are worth surviving. That's where I started a fund, earlier version of this fund. Whole idea is to go and invest in startups that are worth surviving, right? Which have a social cause. Just Books came to my radar, right? And if I had not, it was in a stage in which if you had not invested, it would have closed down, right? Huge losses, etc., etc. So that's where we took Just Books, and unfortunately, we couldn't even do the due diligence, right? And in terms of what's happening there, right? So franchisee system, etc., right? But I just believed that this is an idea which was worth surviving at whatever the cost it is. So we just went in, did that Just Books, and we were very, very lucky to do some transformation. And on 2020 March, okay, just to tell you, 2020 March, we were on the first 15 days of March, which is our core period, we had done 3x the revenue of previous March, right? We thought we had cracked it, we had done extremely well, right? So, and then we really will be able to scale the whole, we started talking to government because we wanted to take this to government schools. We started doing whatever we wanted to do, and then COVID hit us, which took 2 years away from us. But happy that we are still surviving, though not at the level or not at the service levels that I want to, right? Because there are a lot of Just Books customers, it becomes my duty to apologize to them that I know that our service levels may not be as good as it should be, right? Hopefully we'll pick it up, we'll come back and then do a much better job at this. In fact, one thing which I want to share is, we are launching something known as Bay, which is peer-to-peer book lending, right? If you have books, just come and list it on the Just Books, right? If others are looking for the same books, we'll manage the logistics and other things. We don't take any cut, right? It's still on the subscription. As Just Books, we don't take any cut, right? Whatever you define is what they will pay, and this is one of the new things that we are launching. And one more thing that we are trying to do is we have built a platform which we are just giving it out for free to all the communities. If you have a readers club, please run it on this. It's free of charge. We just, that's the whole purpose, right? You can have, this has pretty much everything you need to manage an active and healthy community, whether it's BBLF community or whether it's the apartment community or whether it's the community around specific stuff. This is just the reader club, right? Network of readers club is what we are trying to create. So my core revenue comes from books rental, sir. That's what we do, or the subscription, right? So on the Bay, right? This we are doing more as a brand extension, and we have built the software. We are just, it's more like an open source strategy. Yeah.
One last question we have time for, and then we have to move on.
No, if there's anybody else.
Okay. There's a student here.
Actually, students should come and talk to me later. Yeah. That's
Yeah. So hi sir, I'm Ashwat Prasanna and I'm from Indus as well and from Startup U and I'm in the 9th grade. So I've got an idea for a startup to help the visually impaired with navigating their lives and with their education. But because I'm just a student, especially in the 9th grade, I'm often not taken seriously and that makes it hard to gain traction and get funding. So what would you say could be done to just mentor and financially support more student startups on a larger scale?
See, first, I'm not a big believer in students dropping out of their schools and colleges and building the business, right? That's not, I think that's an exception. I'm not a big believer, right? I mean, as much as I love the energy that you have, I love the idea or problem that you are picking up, etc. My suggestion to you is continue your research. If possible, come and intern with a startup for 2-3 hours, right? Or come and start doing intern with this one and just love the fact that you can build something. Don't even get to the complexity of building the business. Just love the fact that you can build something, right? Go and build the software, go and put it on the app store, go and put it on the websites. Understand how to build stuff, right? Give it 2-3 years, you will become a much better entrepreneur, right?
All right, so we'll have to wrap up now. This is extremely interesting, and I wish I could work with a number of students and their questions. I don't think we're going to get to have lunch. So you want to spend all your time answering questions, but I think you'll enjoy it. Thank you so much for your answers. Thanks for the wonderful questions from the audience and from Anya. Thanks a lot. So may I request someone? Yes.
So while I give out, I just want to share my model. So what we do is, if you like the idea by the students, we'll commit up to $200,000 at the idea stage, right? So, and we take for a minority equity, it's a pure equity play. That's what. Wish you can be student for next 60 years.
So someone do take up on that offer, and honestly, he's very open to answering questions. So please do take up this chance and catch up a little later. Thank you. Meanwhile, a human interest theme of deep human interest coming up now. Something that comes from I don't know what I should say. This instinct to survive, instinct to tide over crisis, instinct to somehow cope. That hits at the very basics of life, So this is not entrepreneurship, this is not anything glamorized, but it's just about how do I tide over a particular crisis, a curveball that's been thrown by life at me, and we collectively across the globe had this curveball of COVID, which tore lives apart, which took away lives, livelihoods, a lot of stuff. So that, at the same time, has also shown up stories of resilience, stories of courage, cases where people have managed to pull through somehow or the other, some by the sheer skin of their teeth, but some also through strategies and through a certain mindset. So are there lessons, and I'm sure there are lots of them, so to hear some of those specific lessons, to hear some of those specific stories, we have this next session coming up, which is stories of resilience during the pandemic. For that, we have two entrepreneurs who survived the pandemic. So, they're real life examples of what I spoke about, the gut and the spirit to endure. So we have Rashmi Dada and Surya Bansal in conversation. I request them to come on stage, please. Rashmi and Surya, please. Put your hands together. Okay. Letting go of a cushy corporate career sounds very aspirational and glamorous when read on a social media post. But when seasoned market research professional Surya Bansal did so in February 2020, just on before pandemic, the decision was driven by love and passion. But she was prepared for the pitfalls too. enthusiasm to bring to Bangalore the North Indian street food that she loves resulted in the birth of Gopalji Cafe. So she's the owner of Gopalji Cafe. The Delhi-style chole bhature with different spices sourced all the way from Delhi, and the chaat in particular hit it. How many of you have heard of fresh menu, sampled, eaten their food, or that's why? So we have two people who represent two extremes in the culinary spectrum. And Rashmi Daga is the founder of Fresh Menu. Welcome and thank you a lot for coming here. Thanks for being here. Fresh Menu brings world cuisine to our plates and facilitates culinary exploration through innovation in food experiences. Rashmi herself is passionate about startups and loves the thrill of solving problems every day. Before launching Fresh Menu in 2014, she worked in Tutor Vista, Ola, and Bluestone, and bootstrapped a venture called Artha. Welcome and thank you a lot. So over to you.
Hello, everyone. It's an immense pleasure to meet Rashmi, who has been a path setter and trailblazer for every budding entrepreneur like me, especially in the food tech space. We already know that in pandemic, we all have seen the grim times. You know, the time was extremely difficult for all of us. We were grappling with the health challenges, and many businesses had their own unique set of challenging. The pandemic, unprecedented times had a huge, impact on the supply chain. How did you handle, given the fact that most of your produce was fresh and the raw material? How did you manage that time?
Actually, I'll go back to the day pandemic hit and especially the lockdowns, and it was all of a sudden that everything was shut down. I think one, as an entrepreneur, you have just not prepared for this kind of shock. Nobody ever thought, and obviously your optimism said, okay, it'll be 1 week, it'll be 2 weeks, we'll get over it. So you don't have to do something really drastic. Day one response is not a drastic response. The biggest was take care of people, settle down things, and see what we can manage. And I think the first week was extremely chaotic. More than supply chain, I think the biggest hurdle was keeping the team together, because everybody was panicking. We deal with a lot of our staff, which is migrant, and they just could not move. And I think just dealing with the human side of it was probably way bigger as a response, because I think from a menu or a supply chain point of view, whatever is available, you'll make that.
Yeah.
So I think the menu very quickly moved to a very a subversion of the menu of what was available.
Yes.
And if this week X material is available, you'll work with that. Next week something else is available, you'll work with that. That flexibility is because you control the full supply chain and the menu on your side. But I think more than the supply chain, it was just the human part of managing the system. And the first 20 days, because we were all finding it very hard to move around. First time we went back to kitchens, and a lot of angst came back that we've been working for the company and you guys were sitting at home. So, and it hits you hard while you've been thinking constantly for it. Just physical presence made so much of a difference.
Yeah. So coming to my next question, food industry has been one of the hardest hits in pandemic. So a lot of restaurants were facing the losses. They were mulling over layoffs and a lot of job cuts. Did any of the situation come across to you? I mean, did you have to deal with the situation when you had to cut down the operations and it led to the loss of manpower?
Absolutely. I think all of us have dealt with it in whatever was best possible at that moment. Whatever you understood, you dealt with it. In hindsight, some of those were good decisions. Obviously, in some were bad decisions because they were very, very short-term in nature. But I think so over times, and I think the biggest lesson I've learned is you only know so much. And you can operate in only those constraints. So I think let go of your guilt of whether you've done right or wrong. And I think that was my biggest learning during the pandemic.
So innovation was the key to survival during the pandemic. What are some of the turnkey innovations you saw at Fresh Menu? How did it change the way you do business today?
A big change that we made was honestly stabilizing the menu. I think we were one of those people who thrived in innovation of a daily changing menu. And we put the whole system to a lot of rigor doing that. And I think a big takeaway from these times has been that a stable menu, stable supply chain, lesser number of SKUs, lesser number of SKUs in terms of supply chain is what makes it an easier business to deal with. Lower cost, better efficiencies. And I think the good part was when scale came down, and again in hindsight, the good part is when scale came down, we had actually a lot more free time to take stronger measures to change things. So a lot has changed about the operating model on how we thought of menu, how we thought of supply chain, how we thought of number of people to do the business. So we've improved unit economics in these times because we were forced to. We would not have survived if we did not improve.
Were there any meal innovations as well? Did you come out with the new categories, more healthier options, given that people were very conscious about the fact? Like in our case, we were mostly dealing with the comfort food, and suddenly overnight we realized people are looking for healthier options. They just want the food for their daily needs more than going for chole bhature or the chaats. So was it similar at your did you?
Honestly, no. Except obviously a few things about the immunity part and all did come in for a short period of time. What we realized was what we do, we just have to do a good job about that. I think one of our takeaways was customers at this point of time were looking for safer choices. They were looking for more quality and controls behind the scene than really menu innovation. So actually last 2 years have been much lesser about menu innovation, but a lot more about quality, stability, and the process behind the food, which is what we worked on.
So as I understand, your business heavily depends upon the deliveries. With people falling sick during the COVID times, leading to health and fear disruptions, what key steps were taken to manage the deliveries?
Actually, a lot of that is behind us, and some of it has become, I think, a part of routine now. For example, all the food started going in paper bags, which people could tear and leave outside their house and keep the food in. For a few months, I think all of us were grappling with the fact that customers thought COVID would transfer with the boxes. And it took a few months when data started coming out that it does not transfer with surfaces, etc. But I think we've figured out between temperature checks for staff, between hygiene, contactless delivery, leaving the bag outside while people can pick it up later. I think some of those were done.
With respect to delivery boys, did you face challenges like people are not coming?
It's still a challenge. A lot of people have left the big cities. And I think they will not come back to big cities probably for another 12 to 24 months. So I think labor shortage is a real challenge that all the big metros are facing, partly because how we all dealt with the pandemic. All the migrants were not taken care of, and today they're not willing to come back.
So how did you make these deliveries? I mean, if there was a shortage and...
No, see, honestly, business was lower. So I think we've lived with it. Today, when you want to grow the business, today the challenge is you're not finding enough staff.
Yeah. Marketing and sales is extremely... Marketing and sales is extremely momentous for our kind of business. Were there any specific initiatives taken to mitigate the negative impact of COVID?
I think something that worked the best was authentic communication. I remember there was a video that I put on a selfie and shot about what are we doing in these times, had the best response. So honestly, it just did not need advertising. It just needed authentic communication.
Sure. Since we are in the literature festival, a little off from the topic, but what is your favorite book? Any excerpts you would like to share with us?
Actually, I don't read a lot, but some of the books that have worked for me and Goal, I think operations book, and the business that we run is an ops intensive business. And I think I've gone back to it multiple times because every day you're solving operational problems. So operations, the book is Goal. The other book that made a lot of impact was Hard Things About Hard Things. When you're in difficult times and you read it, it really hits you. Some of the other off late I've read, I think everybody's read it, Ikigai, and like you're trying to find some new things. Today, last book I picked up was Super Consumers, trying to go back and figure out, what can you do on the consumer side, and how do you go back and lead the business again now that we've survived. I think it's time back to thrive. So you have to change the way you've dealt with the business.
Any specific book that you read during the pandemic time which helped you keep yourself in a positive mind space?
No, honestly, it works very differently for me, and this is maybe counterintuitive. When I try to talk about things from people or books, actually your own thinking is clouded by what is being said there. At times I found it easier to deal with it myself, and then it's a more authentic response than hoping to find a solution from somewhere. So you're not trying to solve problems. And honestly, for the kind of business I run, I've not been able to find time to read more while I would try to pick that up, but I'm not finding time.
I'll keep it short and sweet. One last question. Being a stalwart in the restaurant business, what advice do you have for a budding solopreneur like me?
Tough one. I'm okay. When I entered food as a space, obviously food as a space is huge, right? It's like an ocean. And we all believe we'll make here a big business, a large business. It's a tough business because there's so many things that pull you back. I think the only, I think bringing honesty to this business, bringing focus on quality and taste of food, I think is the only paramount part. All other problems can be solved. So if you are macro clear of what you're solving and what you're doing, then I think it's easier to deal with the day-to-day grind that this business puts you through. Otherwise, it's great. I think it's very creative. It's innovative. There's so much to, like, you think about food all the time. So I think for solopreneurs, I think the only thing is bring clarity to why you're doing this and what are you really solving for, because you'll not be able to solve all problems. So you'll have to pick your battles and let somebody else pick the rest of the battles.
Sounds great. Any questions from the audiences?
So, Kashyap, the hardest part is when you deal with food as a business and you're solving so much of back-end challenges that you become a food critic. Like most of the times I don't open my mouth about food choices because most of the times you're only criticizing what is not right about it. Personally, what works best for me within Fresh Menu's menu is actually the Mexican burrito bowl, because I think the way we put it together and way it completes a meal experience in one box. I think we did a great job. Today we are right now trying to go back and innovate of what next few years, what are the kind of meals people will take, because you need to disrupt what you've created. I think we were the first ones to create the bowls. Now I think we have to be first ones to create something else.
Are you a foodie?
No, I'm not a foodie.
Okay.
Actually, initially, yes, because, first few months when you were doing trials, when you run a food business and there's so much that you're learning and you want to try everything, you want to taste everything, and you eat a stomach full. Every time you're eating multiple meals. Obviously, I'm like at least 10 kgs more than when I started.
Same here.
So, I think the biggest learning is do food trials at 4 p.m. After you've had your lunch, when you're not hungry, you have to try something and taste it. You can't eat full meals out of it.
Any other question?
Yeah. Okay. So maybe my personal belief, but I feel the food industry is one of the volatile market what we see. I mean, now we have the COVID and pandemic thing, but pre that also there were many startups which came and flourished as well. So what do you think? What the entrepreneur, did it wrong or were not correct that it led them to flourish? One is that one. Second is, when is Fresh Menu penetrating to tier 2 and tier 3 city? I come from Jamshedpur and I don't have Fresh Menu over there. So what is the roadmap for Fresh Menu over there?
No, Fresh Menu, I think our intent is to build India's biggest fresh foods business, right? And I'm sure after we cover tier 1s well, we will come to tier 2 and we will think of a new business model for the rest of the markets. I think food is an opportunity. A lot of times I've heard people, I want to open a cafe, meko, ek restaurant banana hai, meko Goa mein ek shack banana hai. A lot of times people think of food as a front-end business. Food, actually, when you start the business, you realize it's like the tip of the iceberg. Like menu on your table, etc., is like 10% of the business. Everything else is behind it, which a lot of people are not geared because they did not plan for it, they did not think for it. Also, as a business, it's a mix of art and science, like menu and creativity, and love for food is very creative side of it. But then there's this massive efficiencies and operations and supply chain part of it. So I think it needs this combination, which I feel like a lot of people, when they get into the business and get into, the multiple moving parts of it, is why some businesses will succeed massively and some businesses will shut down also very quickly. So food has very high mortality. A lot of people shut down the business in less than 12 months. But I think it's the nature of the industry and the nature of it's very hard to manufacture brand success. Like you can do everything right and still your brand may not be successful. So I think that's a crux of it.
Oh, sorry. You have a cold chain that allows you to run the operations?
Yeah.
So, actually, Fresh Menu thought of it very differently. We believed India is a fresh eating country. We make 4 meals a day at our homes fresh. And we believe that the long-term multi-decade opportunity is in doing fresh food, last mile. So Fresh Menu is actually probably one of the only few cloud kitchen businesses which really do last mile fresh cooking daily. So we don't rely on a cold chain. Obviously, there's some material that has to reach our kitchens chilled because that's a condition on which it will work. But the intent is to really cook like your home kitchen in a neighborhood kitchen and deliver fresh food to you. So for most of the customers, I think we've done a very bad job at communicating this. Let's say the home tiffin box that you'll carry was also cooked at 8 a.m. in the morning. But the food that Freshmany will deliver to you at 1 p.m. in your office will actually be cooked at 12:30. So it's actually fresher than your home dabba. It's very hard to communicate that benefit, but we've actually worked on fresh cooking.
Just a quick question. Like you mentioned, food industry is extremely competitive and cutthroat, I would say. So once as an entrepreneur, you start with a business model, say for instance, a fresh menu, and then someone else comes up with almost exact replicas, say the bowl company or something else. So at that point, how would you react to it? Will you change your USP or will you keep trying to innovate, or is there any way for entrepreneurs to protect themselves from being short run by?
So after 8 years of running Freshmany, I've done startups and I've worked at startups. I think execution is the key. The moat is in execution 99% of the times. While, and you meet a lot of young founders, like, my idea, I can't disclose you the whole idea. It's a stealth startup and, maybe you'll copy it. And you can't copy it. And if somebody was good at copying it before you can launch it, let him launch it. I would think that execution is the moat.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll just take one question. We're running late, like you had scheduled, but we can take one.
Hi there, my name is Prithvi Madhukar. I'm an entrepreneur and a business owner myself. I specifically wanted to ask you, what are the challenges, unique challenges that you have faced as a woman, either in your industry or in the entrepreneurial space? Because I think that a lot of conversations that have happened today were that, okay, you can only do certain things when you have the freedom as a woman. What's your take on that?
So let's address the elephant in the room. Women face bias every day.
Absolutely.
Okay? I think a generation before us, women who started working 20 years back, 30 years back, would have faced way more bias. So I can't imagine operating in those bias situations, but I know the bias situation that I've dealt with. But see, I think all of us are growing the tribe. All of us are taking it forward. And I think the generation that will come after us and after that would face much, much lesser but it's like all of us have to chip at the problem and work at it, but the bias is there. And I think there's obviously multiple aspects, right, from what you as an individual want to do, what the society expects you to do, what your family expects you to do. It's always, I think a lot of it is combination and it can't be pinpoint of, why somebody is able to start up and why somebody is not able to start up. And maybe everyone does not need to start up. But I think women today, I feel like, and I've worked for now almost 20 years, and there's a huge change in, how things have moved in these 20 years. I'm sure next 20 years are going to be way better and way brighter. I think we just have to keep going on.
And unique challenges, ma'am, for your...
Oh, unique challenges for food. Food, women are not there. If you notice, the entire industry is male dominated, right?
Yes.
So I'll tell you, most of the times the challenge is, madam, aapko kya pata hai? Aapko kya aata hai? Aap bana ke dikhaiye. Right? And you have to cross over the hurdle where, one, you have to know your business, you have to know the food, you have to know the chef's language, and there is this whole emotional pressure of how can I report to a woman? And for women, and honestly, it's something that, I usually don't want to say very regularly. You travel between a bechari to a bitch all the time. Very well said.
Absolutely. Well said.
And look at the island. At home, women are supposed to handle right? They're supposed to be in the kitchen, but not so in commercial establishments, not so in restaurants. You can't find women representation in India, right?
No, and it's very hard. And now for a lot of logistical reasons, it's very hard to have women-operated kitchens. But I'm just saying that as a founder, for a lot of people, the biggest issue is how do you accept women as a boss?
Yes.
So what is the women-men ratio in your business?
Oh, there's hardly any women. Obviously, in corporate office, there are few women, but entire business is otherwise men.
Men dominated, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a really nice
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was an insightful conversation. Thanks, Sophia. I'd like Shankar to please come on stage to give them a sort of start.
Before that, I have a question, one last question. Ganesh, one last question. So, how is Fresh Menu dealing with the problem of food waste? What time was it?
How are you dealing with the problem of food waste?
So food wastage, I think the fresh model that we opted to work with reduces wastage drastically because we're cooking pretty much close to demand, like on order. The amount of wastage, even if the demand fluctuates in an online business, fluctuations could be pretty rampant. So I think because we cook close to an order, the wastage percentage is actually very, very low compared to traditional restaurants. We also have a lot more data capability to predict and plan and look at the menu, look at what will sell. And now with 8 years of data, I think we are far, far better in terms of material management, supply chain management, and also wastage. But it's an ongoing solution. You keep doing menu engineering to reduce wastage. So the other thing is, you know what ingredient can go in, 2 dishes versus 4 dishes. You will do that so that the wastage on that ingredient is much lesser. So there is whole front end and back end solution to that.
All right, thank you. I invite Shankar, our co-founder, to come on stage and please give away a small gift, a token of appreciation to Rashmi and Susie. Thank you, Shankar. So all that is all about food is needed is happiness. I practically mean also the process can be my team and I see all people. So let's go grab some food. We'll take a 20-minute break. Yeah, so we'll be back at between 5 and 10. Yeah, we can't have the luxury of a leisurely lunch. So between 5 and 10, let's be back in this room. So there's music, there are book launches, there's a book award, there's lots of exciting stuff here. Social startup. Welcome, madam. But finish your lunch quickly and be ready to come back. We both have to come back early. So go grab your box quickly. Okay. Yes, also. No. You said this morning in the conference. Check with you didn't say that. Oh, it's not there. Okay, that's okay. So I run it by myself. Yeah, I don't have I do a lot of business books also. Actually, inclination towards that experience. So business books of all sorts. Then any sort of non-fiction, like fiction. Yeah. So I don't know. As fun. Oh yes. Of course, yeah. Sure. Yes, I think there's a meetup of sorts. Vivek was saying. Ready for urban service. Okay, catch you. You're hungry? Don't make home this way. Oh, then you'll be bad. Honestly. I'm not so worried about that. It's so cute for you too. I think listening to
You got a question, please carry on. We can talk we want all the staffers to keep it effective. I just get somebody. Get somebody. It's okay. No, I don't want to show that the safety plan is put up.
I'll say a call right. Shankar, I'll ask my driver to take it.
They can keep it back there. Then maybe, or keep it somewhere. I don't want something. You can just
Switch
No point putting it up.
We can still set up process. But that will give us no time to set up. That will give us no time to set up.
Tried calling this the next session is 2:05 to 2:10. Is what they announced before breaking here. Sir, so nothing. So we are slightly late, obviously. Yeah, but after lunch, we're going to have one of those conversations which we should have had before. So I just flipped that. And after that session, then we will be using it gives you which is yeah. Disturb your we need time for that. Yeah. At least this part.
So we can leave one space empty.
This no problem. I think if you can just move my table this side, the podium is this one. You bring it forward as long as it doesn't obstruct the screen so much. Right? And we cover the speakers. That's fine. But the screen,
But set up we can. As soon as we are going live, we will get it a little high.
No, but you shouldn't block. That's what we're talking. I can't block the projection.
Only flute and keyboard. So keyboard can you can do it.
Yeah, so all the cabling has to happen in this area.
And let it be. We'll go from that.
So you do it now. No problem. Make use of this time. Do it down.
Yeah, because otherwise it will take 10-15 minutes at that time in front of people.
I'll also connect my mic.
Yeah, you keep
Keep everything ready because at that time you can just start playing.
Yeah.
Bro, we will do a sound check now, bro. Technically.
I am pretty much sorted.
This is blocking the music.
This keyboard.
The first time I'm seeing it.
What, my keyboard?
Yeah, a key lab.
How sorted? Okay.
Oh, this is the you need help, tell me, I'll do.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Oh, I have the same Belkin hub.
Huh?
Same. 7-port.
My keyboard is
very handy.
But I haven't used it even once. I bought it and I kept it.
That's the difference.
Bought it and I kept it.
I also got a equipment which I bought and it's just.
Yeah, there are many things like that sitting around. I bought this the one that Yamaha has one, converts MIDI to Bluetooth. That I had bought. The problem was I didn't see that my keyboard had a different MIDI port.
It doesn't have a DIN.
It doesn't have a DIN. It has that Type
You're
A
going to upgrade
printer wala.
You're going to upgrade, right?
Wanted to.
Keyboard?
Planning to, but I think it's doing fine only. It's very good, man. This is very nice.
Keys are very good actually. I'm very happy. Most of the time I don't need this. I can play on Juno just to play on these keys. Especially if it's a rock concert, right? I can just properly bang on it. I can. Otherwise, intensity lets me perform properly. I just.
I like this bag.
It's very good, man.
This is even I
Amazon. Really, really
Does
nice.
this have for 15-inch screen as well?
Yeah. It's absolutely snug. No space at all.
How much did you pay for this?
11-1200.
Rakesh, card.
It comes for 14 inch.
I'm sure, yeah. New pack, I think it's called. A new pack bumper sleeve. Does not take one extra space also. It's exactly fit. And they are very specific. I mean, this is for, they will say, MacBook Air, this model M1. It will not fit anything else.
Nice lighting, very nice.
This lighting,
Yeah, look at this.
it's like a studio lighting. It's not a concert lighting. Moto is there, right?
Yeah, Moto is connected. Just you have to connect laptop.
Doctor, give me that.
ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ.
So they said set up during lunch, but lunch, after lunch they announced early. And give me that printer cable.
Okay, my pleasure. Thank you so much. Please send the photo. 100%. Yeah. Does it take power off this or it has a separate adapter?
It has, but I'm not using. That's why I powered off.
Check ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಮಗ. We do a some check now. This can power it.
ನೀವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅದೇ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟರ್ನಲ್ ಕೋಡ್ ಬೇಕು
In there, that.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸರ್ ಆನ್ ಇದೆ. ಓಕೆ.
ಅಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೇನೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊ.
ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಸದ್ಯ. That doesn't need.
But we can do a sound check now.
Yeah. Let's do it quickly.
Same pedal.
Obviously. Now I have two of these.
Even I bought the same thing without.
Which one?
You will need
Cover?
a mic to talk.
The cordless one.
Sir, you will one mic ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. Without our knowledge, we've been buying the same Android.
See here, we connected this iPad. So you have this audio media setup. In that, we go down. It says iPad. Enable it.
This is coming through the hub.
No, I have connected directly. But it can come through whatever. But USB basically. Done. Then I have made an aggregate device of that Moto, his Moto, and my iPad. So it has two.
Dual.
How many other devices? I have a Scarlett. If I connect that, you can make a triple.
Okay.
This thing. Then go to.
So which means you can have a common settings for both of them.
Which means I can use the inputs from all of them.
channel number 2.
Third.
Check. Hey. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Reverb ಇದೆಯಾ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ? Reverb. Check. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check. Hey. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Hey. Check. Check 1 2. ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಚೆಕ್ 1 2. 1 2. ಚೆಕ್.
ಬಟ್ ಪೀಕ್ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರು ಏನಾಗಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ, ಕಂಪ್ರೆಸರ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಮಗ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡು. ರಾಕೇಶ್
ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಇರಾಕ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
US is cheaper. I'm ready.
Check.
ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ
Check. Okay. I was singing, only talking.
Hey. Check.
Hey-oh. Hey-oh.
Sure. Yes, sir. 1 second. I'll have to check my flute for that.
So first 9 tracks mapped with this. So piano.
Where is it?
The piano plus string combination. iPad. Final is the.
Okay, na?
Just added
But
some
it never
drum pad.
misreads, no? Or does it?
It's getting old. Sometimes it glitches. Like if you put it 0 also, it will jump back to 10%, 20%. But otherwise, it's
Amazing.
not misreading.
Yeah, just check the wedge.
At least now it is good.
And I'll check the out.
And ninth channel, I put it on meter. So this.
Hey, it was amazing before. ಏನಾದ್ರು change ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ setting?
No. It was exactly like this.
Is it very airy? Should I change the mic position?
No, it sounded okay.
Amazing.
No, put it back. Much better.
Okay. Done. I'm happy. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ನೋಡಿದೆ ಹಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಟಾಪ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ಇವಾಗ ಇನ್ಲೈನ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ
Keyboard ninja. Yeah, it's Tanpura is on. Oh, Tanpura is not on. Okay. It's on. You getting? Why is Tanpura not? These all freewares, man.
Let it run. Let it run. So,
Check.
hmm,
Hey,
Hey, hey.
Chuck, Chuck.
Chuck, chuck.
Hey, I was check my mic to sing.
huh?
Sing.
Sing. Huh? Sing.
Check, check. You put it here. This way. Check, check.
Check.
Which guy they were? No, helping you.
Is it very reverby and airy? Audible properly? Then sort it.
This fucker is not playing.
What's not playing?
It's dying out. Load it again.
No.
And this is a more bassier one. This is more attack.
This is like a pad.
Please cut.
Playing around.
Cool.
So you double click and that happens, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I have 4 more. I have plethora of things. 4.
Keep it all very clean, no? Like if there's any extra running apps and everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Absolutely. See, here also. Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, everything is off. All apps are off. Finder, of course, you can't turn off.
And this power cable, should it be connected all the time or should it?
So the thing is, since it's a small show, I'll disconnect it because sometimes you get that earthing to the power cable as well. Cleanest thing is to connect it, disconnect it.
Oh, that ground.
Yeah. But if it's a long show, like 1.5 hours, 2 hours, especially if I'm not carrying the hub, so this is drawing power from this is drawing power from that. It will drain. Luckily, I think iPad doesn't charge if this is not connected to power.
Okay. Okay, so it is important.
Abhi, it's connected 100%. I'll disconnect before starting the show.
Pretty neat setup, why?
ಇದಲ್ಲ ಇದಲ್ಲ ಅವೆರಡು.
Post lunch, are you guys sleepy? This is perfect time for a power nap. There's one more slow song.
So we wouldn't call it a slow song, but it's a very powerful slow song. So
That's right. For power nap.
yeah. So we need some power for some power nap. So welcome one and all. We are called Brain Bow, and this is the kind of music we do.
If you move away, they can see it behind you.
Oh yeah, sorry. Sorry for obstructing. Yeah, so the first song we played was called Alai Payude. It's a very famous Tamil song. It's a Tamil Carnatic song, if you all have heard. If not, you can check it out. We have our version and there's the original version as well. The next song which we're going to play is very popularized by a very famous band. I don't want to take the names now. But this is our take on that song. Let's see how it goes, and then I'll name what song it is.
We are asking the organizer one more. What about the audience? Are you okay with one more?
Awesome.
So the song we just did was called Rangapura Vihara. It's a very famous Carnatic composition. So this was our take on it. We just add a little bit of Western ambience and a little bit of crazy Carnatic effects on the flutes. The next song is also a very well-known song on the Hindustani counterpart, but it's a popular song all over the country. I think you'll all notice it, guess it the minute we start playing. So we'll play the last song of the day. We'll start.
Thank you, everyone. This was a short set.
Yeah, now you can all see us.
Oh, we can see you. Anyone asleep, we can catch you now.
That was very important,
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thanks a lot for that soulful music. A big round of applause again for them.
A little bit of self-promotion. Please follow us on Instagram.
I'm going to read out your handle, don't worry. I'll do your promotion.
Oh, you have the notes.
So yes, they have Rainbow. This is Manu on the keyboard and that's Rakesh on the flute. Lovely indie band, and that goes with our philosophy of supporting local talent, indie talent. Anything that's independent is close to our heart. Yeah. So really, I think wonderful job. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Also, I think I must add that the vibrations you set, a few of us could feel it. The deep vibrations.
The intent is fulfilled. Thank you.
Intent is fulfilled, yeah. Thanks a lot. So what happens when you cross a multi-genre music geek? That I'm assuming is Manu. Or no?
I mean, it's anyone's guess.
Who's a geek? Okay. With an ace Carnatic flautist, yeah, that's Rakesh. Throw in tons of artistry, engineering, and do it yourself. Add a pinch of psychedelia and progressive rock, and what you get is Rainbow. Sorry? But the music is colorful, that's okay.
The intent is to give colorful music, but to be us.
So it's actually Brainbow, not Rainbow.
Yeah, it's brain, it's not
spelled here and here.
So, yeah.
They have roots deep in music theory, yet their music is uplifting. The lilting flutes over cinematic soundscapes, the thumping bass, and the storytelling without words are best experienced live. We got to do that today. They have a collective experience of over 1,000 shows pan-India. Together, today, yeah, of course, they played Carnatic Kritis blended with electronica. Thanks a lot. You can follow them on Instagram at @Rainbow Trip, right? So yeah, @RainbowTrip. All right, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So let me not forget to mention a huge thanks to my dear friend Kushal, who did the sounds for us today.
Thanks a lot, Kushal, for your back-end support.
And we have to thank Ganesh sir for giving us this great opportunity to play in front of this August gathering. Thank you all again. Have a good evening.
Cool. So as they dismantle things, let me introduce the next, the speakers in the session. We now talk about social startups in a little bit of detail. What makes them tick? And Nagaraja Prakasham will be in conversation with Vinay Prashant for that. I invite you both onto stage, please. Naga and Vinay, could you just... Yeah, no problem. Before turning entrepreneur 6 years ago, Vinay Prashant worked in the corporate world for 20 years. That dates you, bro. He has accumulated expertise in marketing, especially budget marketing, PR and digital marketing, sales, especially institutional sales, which is critical for Tamala, the enterprise he runs, and media sales, merchandising and retail ops. He runs Tamala, a social organization he co-founded with his wife, Suvarna Kamakshi, who's a professional artist. Vinay, over to you. Please introduce Naga. Oh, by the way, Vinay also happens to be my senior from college, REC Trichy, which these days is called NIT Trichy. We went to the same college.
Yeah.
Please introduce Naga and take it.
Thanks so much, Ganesh, for that nice little introduction. Naga, as he is known affectionately among entrepreneurs, Nagaraja Prakasam, he's a versatile and passionate leader that I have known at least for 7-8 years now. His favorite spot is inside IIM Bangalore and NSR Cell campus. You can find him under what we call a people tree, which is like a learning tree. And he's always available for counsel, advice, mentoring for entrepreneurs. And that's how we first met him also. So he retired from corporate life at the age of 41. He's, one of those people who achieved a brilliant corporate career before he decided to push himself away from all that. If all of you can imagine, there's a beautiful movie that was made in the early 2000s You can imagine A.R. Rahman's background music. You can imagine the villages of India, right? You can imagine that there is this NASA scientist, right, who wants to come back and do some work in his village. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this generation also remembers that movie. That's great. Yeah. So big round of applause for yourself. So the context is that Naga's organization, one of the organizations he used to work with, called AID, was the inspiration for making the movie Swadesh. So big round of applause, please. So he believes in a hands-on approach. He does Bharat Darshan extensively in rural areas across 28 states and union territories, and he has looked at the need firsthand. He has got achievements which this introduction is not enough because we have a limited time span. So I would request you to look up his introduction in detail on Naga Prakasham blogspot. So you can look it up on the web for more information on what he does. He is currently advisor and partner at Acumen, a New York-based 100 million impact venture fund. And Naga's specialization is that he focuses on social startups. And among the social startups, he is known as that one mentor who's probably done free counseling for more social startups, and it could be a Guinness Book of World Records, but he's not recorded it, I'm sure. So that's the number of free counseling sessions he's done. Even during pandemic times, I remember entrepreneurs were struggling for guidance and routes, and he had free counseling sessions opened up from the NSR Cell portal to entrepreneurs across. So I'll cut to the discussion quickly. Today we are celebrating his upcoming book, which is the central theme of this. And his upcoming book is like the movie Swadesh, Back to Bharat, in search of a sustainable future. So Naga sir, can you give us an outline on what you have written? And
Good. I think congrats Benedict for the 8th year hosting this event. It's fantastic. And I remember hosting at IIM Bangalore first session. Our director Rishi is here. So we opened up at IIM today, the 8th year. Benedict is continuing this literature festival. This is very, very amazing to see that the perseverance, right? So that's what I always tell entrepreneurs as well. If you keep persevering, I'm sure that one day, definitely you will make it. This book is around, if you look at today, the whole world is having two problems. One is about the climate change. The next is about the inequality. So that's what, I've been looking at that two elements, I think, and how a lot of knowledge available within our own reach as well. And, and how do we fast forward? Similarly, there are social businesses who are already working on addressing these two elements as well. So that's a second element. If you look at today, as earlier, if it's social, the word social, NGO means that somebody with kurta and then jolna bag and all that stuff, right? That is changing now. Today, I think the doing good can be rewarded. Just thanks to this climate change, the awareness is very, very aware today people. 7 years back, when I invested in a company called Solaron, we were doing an ESG rating, right? 7 years back in India, nobody understood ESG in the country. So we ranked some of our corporates in the ESG, means environment, social, and governance. So how a corporate is measuring on these three elements. And, nobody understood, and we have to sell the company to Sustainalytics, the UK. Vishal moved to UK. Today, Sustainalytics is the world #1 in ESG rating. But 7 years after today, now the SEBI is directing the corporates in India to start looking at ESG. So it is no longer the social business, a separate track with the guys in kurtas, right? This kurta is a problem. I'm coming from KGA, for lunch, and they were looking at kurtas not allowed. I said, what? So they want collared shirt, it seems. So we're still living in this level of things. So this is what we need to change, this perception around the social business. Today, the ESG is, I think, very good in terms of what some of the social business have started from day one. Now the corporates are pushed to do it, right? So then this climate change there is a very nice silver lining is coming today. I'm sure all of you are aware about Elon Musk and Tesla and all that, right? He makes $1 billion every year selling carbon credits. So I'm wearing Khadi. I'm sure I'm very surprised to see the Khadi India has put a fantastic show below as well. So if you start looking at this Khadi, right, we have 9 million weavers there, and all of them are using by hand, right? So there's no energy utilized. So how much carbon left with this 9 million weavers? So this is what, the thought process around, no longer about looking at poor weaver, poor social businesses, NGOs, and that level, start looking from the corporate perspective that if he's making $1 billion a year, why not our weavers? Why not our farmers making, doing organic farming and without chemical free, if we calculate the carbon saved, I think that is what, and we are start looking at. The last point is about, if you look at today, I think, India is around 7 times below the US GDP, but US per capita consumption is 6.8 times more than India, right? If GDP is a measure, I'm sure US is a rich country, but if you look at from the carbon perspective, we are rich. If the carbon is the new gold, who's rich? So I think that's the way we are changing the narrative. I'm talking quite a lot about this aspect in that as well. Yeah.
Thank you. That is a really enlightening, perspective. If we were to ask you, back to Bharat is we are talking also about a mindset, right? Where we are saying, back to India, and you're actually saying back to Bharat. So in the book, can you talk about the mindset change that you're, discussing or you're exploring? That will be interesting.
See, today, if you look at, I think I saw the word startup festival and all. In the moment it's startup, I think we are sitting in the startup capital that I think nobody is able to find a solution for the floods, but I think we have an app for all of that, right? So the Bangalore definition of technology startup means that you write an app for everything, kind of. So this is kind of very, very myopic view. If you look at that, the country has only around 25% of the country has internet access. UNICEF put a survey last year that 25% of Indian households have internet access. That means that 75% of Indian households, the children lost 2 years of their college education, school education, right? So this is kind of not aware. People are not aware about this element as well. So I call this 50 million as the India. 50 million who speaks English, 50 million may have proper internet access, 50 million who have a little bit of disposable income. So we're all talking about that, they're ignoring the 1 billion people, right? This is where the focus is about. There are a lot of sustainable solutions that are available, right? So one example is that today we talk about women empowerment and SDG goals. There is one specific to women empowerment. I was sitting in Meghalaya in East Garo Hills, and they follow the model about where the head of the village is a woman, right? So this property is passed on to the women after, the things, the guys move into that women's house after wedding. So this women empowerment, what we talked about, it's been practicing. It's one of the 10 groups across the world is practicing this kind of model. There's 2 in Meghalaya itself. So this is what the learning from there. Today we talk about women empowerment. We had it thousands of years back. Tribals have practiced it. We lost it along the way. Now we are coming back to this point. This is what the point about going back to the roots about some of the things that we had. We've lost it in the process, but there is one point. The second is about today, if you look at, Northeast or any of this Dantewada and tribal belt, and it's amazing the serenity, right? I call them that they're living in a resort for 356 days. But what we are telling them, just get them out, put them in a school, education, college. You go there for once a year, for 1 week vacation, to a forest camping, it's nice. But living there for 1 whole year is bad, right? So who defines these things? So this is the other part so the chakkar that we have, right? So get into the chakkar and then realize at some point I need to rewind, unwind, and all that. And they're very happy with what they have, right? If they want to come out, education, all that's fine. The only 2 problems they have, right? If there's health issues or if there is any other need for money, that's where they're stuck. If you look at, for example, in Jharkhand, right? These tribals make this lac bangles, right? Lac is the sap comes out of the trees like kushum, palash, and bale. So this ornament they make, if you look at the Odisha Tribal Museum, you'll be surprised, the way they were living and all that. So this ornamental, they're sold outside, they had some money and all that, they were living. Today, who buys lac at all, right? And we don't even see any handlooms out there as well. So what happened now? They're in poverty, right? The place I went to, Buntu, it is Naxal infested area. So they have to take permission for me to go there. But one of the organizations, it analyzed this problem, right? So when you are in poverty, you go extreme or you migrate or you end up in slums in Bangalore. So they've started looking at technology developed in Ranchi, which is about Research Institute. This lac today has utilization in pharma industry and chocolate industry as a natural binding element. This 100-year-old institute has all these technologies collecting dust in here. But here, 25 kilometers from there, there is people living in poverty, right? So this is what social business is all about. They're able to take this back to them and say that you grow the lac, but don't make ornaments, right? Now we will sell it. So they taught them about checking the commodity exchange for the lac price, and they call them, they come and collect it. So the tribal person I met, he has like 1 lakh rupee in the bank, and she has no idea what do I do with that, right? But she's happy that tomorrow if there is a health problem, I take my child to a nearby hospital. So this is what we need to start looking at, is that, we are going towards this crazy thought around, urbanization element. 2 million people live in slums. Who are these people who living livelihood in the rural India? Leaving these 2-acre, 4-acre farms and live in the slum in Ejipura with, 10 by 10, and look at the Mumbai, right? Every time I land in Mumbai, I get depressed. All the blue sheets, right? So all of them are migrated from somewhere else. And when in our lifetime can we modernize or change that? It's definitely not possible, But what we can start looking at is about slow down the migration, is about bringing these elements of livelihood improvement in the rural areas so that, they don't need to migrate. If they need to migrate like me. I'm a migrant as well from Madurai. But second day of the lockdown, I did not pack my bags and start walking towards Madurai because I live in India. So the people live in Bharat is the problem. 2 days of lockdown, they cannot survive in a city. They have to walk back to their hometown. So now they're back there. So how do we bring some of these elements? Because these are all now rewarded today, right? If you look at this herbals or organic farming or sustainable fashion, during the pandemic, we saw that all the fast-moving brands have shut down. 100-year-old companies have shut down. This is what the Khadi has been talking about, right? This, the sustainable fashion, self-sustaining villages that we talked about. Today, people are what Gandhi wanted many years back, that people have been asking about that as well.
Fantastic. If I were to ask you, entrepreneur mindset in the startup world, when they are thinking about entrepreneurship, is another aspect of Back to Bharat. So what would you recommend, because we have a lot of young entrepreneurs from business school as well, and there's also an international school here. So what would you recommend them to think about when they think about Back to Bharat? What kind of problems to solve for?
So I always say that, we need to be sensitive enough. We lost our sensitivity, right? If you listen to all your 6 senses, there are problems around us. We are not listening to all our senses. We sit in the search engine looking for a problem to solve in India. So you're going to get the Silicon Valley problem, that the first category of startup I call, they all copy the US. They'll copy US, China. If you're agri startup, they copy Israel. So that's the first category. That's what you see in the media. They don't add any value to the bottom line of this country. I remember the second day of the lockdown, I got a message from Ola saying that please support our driver, donate money. I sent a message back to them. I said, you raised $3.5 billion, right? That is stimulus package the government of India is giving. And what happened to all the money? You're asking me to support your driver. This is the first category of startups, right? So it's good for a country. You can claim that I'm first, top 10 in startup and all that, a lot of money coming in. It's great. The second category is where the social business is coming in. They are trying to understand India's problem, and they're trying to bring some of the solutions as well, right? If you look at Sahas, Vilma, right? Vilma has started with waste management in this Bangalore city. Today, managing around 100 ton of waste every day. IMD is the first customer for Sahas, and today it's one of the zero waste campus in the country. So this is what they picked up. But while she picking up, she was very clear on the DNA as well. We employ around 200 to 300 rack pickers. So they're all, digging up waste in the side streets. Now they have a dignified job. If you go to IMB campus, there is people with all the, protection. They are segregating waste. Now, wherever the human should not be involved, then she's putting, if you go to the Jigni Discovery Channel, recently featured her about high-tech waste management solution. She's involving robotics where humans should not be involved there, right? But The DNA should be very, very important. The problem in social business today, and many of the social entrepreneurs, is about, I always compare them with the Miss Pageant, right? You have the Miss Universe, and the moment she put a crown, somebody asks her, what do you want to do next, right? She will say what? I want to save the world. Next year, she would be in Bollywood. So this is what happening in social entrepreneurs as well. That's very glamorous. People say that I'm going to save the world and all that. They put it in social media. Everybody likes it, but the ground reality is very tough, right? So this handloom, this guy will tell me that why now I'm sitting in Odisha at 42 degrees centigrade and trying to work on with the weavers. Some guy is selling idli in Bangalore is raising $2 million, right? So this is what the perseverance required about not to get caught up with these what is happening in the mainstream side. A lot of perseverance is required. Right? And I sit in this Forbes 30 by 30, under 30 social category. I get calls from people said, I've started social business 2 years back, you're not recognized still. Right? So this is what people are wanting, right? They want to start today, tomorrow, go viral. That doesn't happen in social business. Damodaran is a great example of Gramalaya. It's one of our Acumen's very early investment, right? Damodaran started Gramalaya 35 years back, Swachh Bharat. Started building toilets, right? When you're 20 out of college, right? And telling the family that I'm going to work with shit. So look at, what kind of things he might have faced. But he stayed focused on this one problem for 35 years, right? Montang Singh Aluwala visited Trichy. And he put in planning commission that this or the Swachh Bharat should be built. This government picked it up. So it doesn't matter which government it is, but social businesses, if you have a purpose, and if you stay focused on the purpose until solved, doesn't matter who is on the top, definitely, the problem gets solved. So this year he got a Padma Shri after 35 years starting this company. I tell these guys, go read about Damodaran. It took 35 years for him to government call him and give him a Padma Shri, but he was not working for the Padma Shri. He was working on a solution. That solution now government picked it up. Now he says that government picked my problem, that I'm done. So I'm working on now, he's working on menstrual hygiene. So that is what you need. It's required a lot of perseverance. And it outside is very glamorous, but inside you need to work really hard. Same with Sahas, right? So I've invested in her and she's doing amazingly well, 200, 300 employees today. And she received a $2 million investment from one corporate and she said no. He said, these guys are investing in my company because they want a PR. Right? They do not understand waste management, and the person who's investing, they are the culprit for most of the waste in the country, and I don't want to take money from them. So that level of perseverance is required as well, that ability to say no. Right? Today that, you look at all this funding scenario and everything, people are lining up for whatever the money, whoever gives, take it, but you'll have a mission drift. So it's very important about who do you align with, because if you take money from the wrong person, you will end up, changing your mission. So Sahas Vilma is a great example of telling no, but she does not need next level of funding. So she's working towards building the organization with the support. Today, when the Swachh Bharat started in waste management as well, people wondered about what will happen to the private industry, right? So he got an award from the Prime Minister himself saying that it's one of the best private initiative solving waste management problem. So that is the level of support. She refused to bring more and more technology because she wants to ensure that every rack pickers in Bangalore should have a dignified job. Until that is done, she said, I'm not going to put technology there.
Fantastic, sir. Vinay, sorry to butt in. We're running out of time.
Yeah.
You could take one or two audience questions if you want.
Yeah.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah, quickly, if we can move to the audience, I think the examples that he's talking about is the evolution I see from the movie Swadesh of that Shah Rukh Khan to a social entrepreneur who is committed and working on the ground and solving various problems, right? So, audience, questions, please. This is a really, like you said, it's a very difficult area, and social entrepreneurship is not easy by any, it's not a cakewalk by any imagination. So, yeah, we have right up there.
Thanks. That was a very inspiring discussion. Just wanted to know your views on the social stock exchange that SEBI has given wings to recently. Where do you see this in the current environment? Does it give an impetus?
Yeah, 2016, I asked for that, right? I wrote in the Forbes article that because this VC system of what we're doing, I call that as a Ponzi scheme, right? Because I invest as an angel investor, I wait for another investors to come in. he's waiting for next investors to come in, right? So finally, the final fool is the common man in the stock exchange. So now he's turned out to be very smart. He says all the startups listed in stock exchange get beaten up by the ordinary person today. So that's where I said the VC model may not be the model to solve the serious problems, which require a patient capital, which require quite a bit of longer gestation period and all that stuff. I said we need to have a exchange where we can raise 50 lakhs to 50 crores in one place, right? So I'm glad SEBI picked up and Satwa helped that as well. We put out draft. So SEBI has approved the norms. It's with the finance ministry. So finance minister approves, that should come out of it. So it's good news with the social stock exchange that we'll have both non-profit as well as for-profit who can raise funds. You can raise grant as well as equity.
There's one more.
Hello. I just want to understand, should social entrepreneurship be pro-profit? And if so, because there are two things, right? In terms of raising funds, there's a lot of greed. But if you're pro-profit, you're clearly focused on where the organization is going. So what's your take on this?
Yeah, so my thing is, if you look at acumen philosophy, when Jacqueline started, we were talking about aid versus trade, right? When you say that if you give 1 rupee as a donation, you are a donor and she's a beneficiary. So I'm a donor, I'm giving, don't ask me questions. So no accountability, right? And she's also not going to ask questions. Coming free, why ask questions? So both sides, you don't have a proper thing. But if you change the same thing to aid, instead of aid, as a trade. So you're providing a service for 1 rupee. And now she's a customer, you are a vendor. She can ask questions, right? So that's what the premise is behind the social business thought process about wherever possible. If there is a market is ready, then you should be able to make it as a for-profit so that you are accountable. You don't need to be, looking for a donor money to start supporting you as well. So that is the premises of Acumen. Acumen itself is a non-profit. So every dollar comes, we invest, the dollar comes back. So it gets rotated, right? So that was the idea behind about taking the aid towards the trade. Today, thanks to the CSR and all these other opportunities available, you can also carve out the areas where this may not be market ready. You can convert into a social non-profit side as well. So SARS has a non-profit version. Non-profit works with only the B2C, right? B2C is a mafia, and they had to work with the local people. They are very good in dealing with them. So we kept that as a non-profit. All the for-profit works with only the B2B businesses, right? So that you can divide it up and work on it. The more you go towards social business, you're not relying on donor funding alone. You can sustain on your own, yeah?
Sorry, we were gone on for some more time, but we don't have that luxury. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Vinay and Artha, for the lovely discussion. Thanks a lot for taking time out to come here. I call Devadevi. Please say Devadevi. Devadevi, please. Yes, I think you should send them off with a round of applause. Okay, so we move on to one of the highlights of today, which is the award for the best business book. And so we'll do that in a minute. I want Ben to come on stage. Yeah, just hang on, please. This is the BBLF CK Best Business Book Award. We've been giving this out every year for 1 month. Yes. Okay. Cool. So I'm inviting Ben, the CEO of First, come on stage and explain everything to go on this award, and then we will move towards announcements of the award.
What an afternoon. I think the lunch was nice. The music was nice. This section was really good. Moving on to the award section, this is one of the highlights of festival. We are the only festival that awards business. We are independent consultant to award business award. We are the only festival that awards. And this is the 5th edition of the award, which is called the BPLF Best Business Award. We have 2 people waiting online, so I just move into the process, which is, so the reason we instituted this award is to celebrate, encourage, promote business writing. Although lots of business books are being written in recent years, but we want to promote more, create more writers. We want to help the writers as well, come to our fest, learn more, network. And of course, we had the privilege of using C.K. Prabhupada's name because he was declared the world's best management guru twice when he was alive. And I happened to write a biography of his. It's called C.K. Prabhupada, Mind of the Futurist. And so mission is to promote and recognize original, impactful, thought-provoking business books written by Indian authors. Okay, so so can we have the shortlist? Okay, previous winners. So I said this is the 5th edition. The winner of first edition was Susutu Topchi. I'm sure all of you know. He won for his book, The Cell, the Art and the Science, which is amazing book. If you have not read it, please read it. Next. Lawyers Stop Wearing My Socks, amazing book again. It's a story of how you can be an entrepreneur from village without much of training, but family training, not too much of experience. The next one. Yes, this was surprising pick. I thought some other book would make it, but the book was really good. We thought we all know Flipkart's story. We think we all know Flipkart's story. And we also have the arrogance to say that it is a copycat. Okay? But what the book does is that it goes into the process, the execution of making it happen. Making execution is as important as having an idea. All of us, if we list every week, we'll get a business idea. But very few can execute it and at scale. So he really captures that in his book, worth reading. This book, nobody thought, you don't think this is a business book. But it made it to be number 1. The jury decided, and it has a business essence in terms of how to integrate LGBTQ into workplace. So extending the boundary of business. So here we come to the shortlist this year, 5 shortlists. Can you see the names from back? Yeah, okay. I don't have to read it out. So stay with this. I'll just announce the process with which we pick. And we have Deborah here. Deborah, can you stand? Give her a big round of applause. So she is a research associate, and she works with Mr. Ramdurai's office. He was chairman of Artha consultancy. She's been with TCS for a long time, and she's been with us for a long time. Thank you, Deborah, for being here with us. So the process. So I think we are the only one who can correct where we take popular view, also the jury view. while selecting the winner. Typically, it's either the popular view or the jury view, and both can be, manipulated. So we thought get the best of both and give the winner whoever gets the maximum numbers rated. So the popular view, what we do is we take the ranking, the ratings and reviews of each of the top 10 books, and add it up. And the top 5 books that get the maximum rating, we select them and give those 5 books to the jury. And the jury, when the jury gets it, they won't know who's come first, who's second, who's third. So it's an independent totally. And whoever in our 4 editions so far, the ones that have come first, second, and popular are not got the award. So, but when we take the average of jury scores and the popular scores, we have a very few winner. So that kind of gives you proof that our model is working, not perfect. You can find big holes in it. I won't be able to explain it, or explain it in not like a convincing way. Process is done. Can I invite Rishi, Professor Rishi? Please give me a hand. So Rishi has been a dear friend, not just of me, of Management Magazine when I started, and of the Basic Fest. Since the last 4-5 years, I think in the first 3 years he was the director of IIM Indore. We kept in touch, but not much. So thank you for having really great to have you, Rishi. Rishi is an author. He's currently the director of IIM. He's the author of 2 well-received books. One is 8 Steps to Innovation, and the second is From Jugaad to Systematic Innovation. So I keep, whenever he calls, he dreads calling me, because the question I ask him is, when is his next book? So I did do that 3 days back as well. Okay. So I would like Raghu as well on the stage, please. We are going to announce the winner. Yeah, so we have 3 jury members. Jessie Paul is a marketing wizard. She's been the CMO of Wipro and Infosys. Right now she's an independent thought leader. And Malvika Parikar, she was the CEO of Saatchi and a brand leader, thought leader in branding. All 3 are friends, but accomplished in their own space. Really grateful for them for having done this. Yes, we are now ready to know who the winner is. Okay, so go back. We'll spend just 30 seconds. Who would be the winner? Just shout. Let's say take a majority. Who do you think is the winner? Yes, number 2. Okay. Going back to book cover, yes. Book cover. Okay, so nobody seems to have got it right. Okay, one last chance. Yes. Don't go by the cover. Okay, so we are ready to announce Rishi, you know the winner. Please give me my mic. Yes, please announce the winner.
Yeah, so the winner this year is Winning in the Digital Age by Nitin Singh.
So Nitin is in New Jersey right now. He's joining us live.
It's 4 a.m. there.
Yeah.
Hello, Rishi. Hello. Ken. You guys hear me?
Yeah, hi, Nitin. How are you?
Very good. It's early morning here, but happy to be here.
Congratulations, Nitin.
Thank you so much. It was quite a pleasant surprise.
So Nitin, do tell us a little bit about the core takeaways from your book, because there have been lots of books written on digital transformation, but I mean, I have a few of my own observations, but first I'd like to hear it from you. What do you think is the specific or distinctive contribution of your book?
See, look, digital is something, we are in the digital age, and, we all know what it is about. Um, and there is, there are a lot of startups, there are billions, in fact, trillions of dollars being spent every year on digital. The phenomena itself is well understood, and as you said, there are lots of books and lots of material around it. You don't need material because we are living it every day. But what has really intrigued me over the last 25 years of my professional journey is that there's a lot of money being spent, but the failure rate on digital is very, very high. Yeah. So $2.5–3 trillion are spent every year, I'm sorry, on digital. But 70 to 80% of it goes waste, or 70 to 80% of initiatives fail. And that is, sorry, is there a sound issue? Uh, so that is the phenomena, the very high failure rate on digital, which is really, which I think is a big issue. Because if we can improve that, then would that not be great from a overall productivity perspective, both corporate productivity, but also individual human productivity. And that is the topic which I have really tried to focus on. That how do you improve the success rate on digital? And the perspective I've tried to bring, Rishi, is that of a practitioner's perspective. Because there are a lot of books on this written by theorists, who are projecting into the future, and that's all great. But the real issue here is the how to. It's not the why and the what. The why and the what are well established, and it's the how to, which I think I have tried to, given my set of experiences initially at McKinsey, then leading Fidelity in India, and then at Flipkart. And I was happy to see Mahir's book, winning in one of the previous years on Flipkart. So I think it is that combination of experiences that I think I've tried to bring into this book.
Thanks a lot. Audience, in case you have questions, keep it ready. My question of Nitin is that this is a startup led fest, and when we speak of digital transformation, it is typically of companies who are already established and struggling with transforming. So, what's the takeaway for startups from your?
Ben, we in the digital age, my main thesis is that everybody, needs to be an entrepreneur. That's the point I make. That's the only way you can succeed. Whether it's a startup or whether you are in a you're in an existing company, what's often called legacy businesses. So I spent a lot of time in the book, actually talking about leadership and also what young professionals need to do. Because this whole phenomenon of digital is not just about technology or business and technology. It finally gets to the human level. And I think that's really what I've tried to do. And I think that is very relevant for all of our young entrepreneurs. So when I was in college, I was very influenced by this book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. So I've tried to, that's what has inspired me, that, bring some of those building blocks for our, young professionals and students. So, I think they would certainly find that to be helpful.
Yeah, I just want to add a quick point, Benedict. First of all, I just like to say that I've been very impressed by Nitin's ability to juggle many different roles. In fact, I had the pleasure of hosting him in IIM Indore as well, when I was there. And I must say he mesmerized the students with during his interaction with them. So he's been able to transcend, as he said, many different kinds of organizations, working in McKinsey, Fidelity, and then Flipkart. And now, of course, he's in Incido, which is a much younger company. But I must say, I'm really happy to see his versatility in also writing such a wonderful book. So congratulations again, Nitin.
Thank you, Rishi.
Okay, so one last question. Take us through your process of writing your book. How long did it take? What were the challenges? As a scholar,
I'm sure there are many authors here, including Professor Rishi. Writing a book is a very tough job. Being a CEO is much easier. I've been writing for over 10 years, really, and as Rishi also mentioned that I've been giving a lot of speeches. I've been because I felt that as I was learning that I should also share it. And so whenever I would give a speech, I would also write a blog about it. I would write articles about it. So when COVID happened, I then had the opportunity. It was probably the first time in my career that I was at home, and I did have some downtime to kind of get my thoughts together. And there was content that I had developed over 10 years, so it did not really happen overnight at all. But then I got the downtime to really bring it together. I really didn't think I could do a book, but book, I said, oh wow, this is a surprise. I never thought that, and that really kind of then gave me the motivation to take some time and pull it. But I did then pull it together quite in a very short period of time. I took like 3-4 months to really get it together. But the content had been in development for almost 10 years.
great. Congratulations again, and wish you good luck for many more books to come.
Thank you.
Since it's early morning here, you're free to go back to sleep. Unless you want to stay with us for another 10 minutes.
Thank you. I think I will check out now.
Okay. So, Rishi, coming to you, you went through all the fights. Compared to you being a jury last year as well. Your observations from this year's election.
I just put back the slide so that I just make sure I cover all the books. So I think just to set the context, I think one thing we have seen in recent years, and Benedict did mention this, is that the number of business books in India seems to have gone up, which is a good thing. I haven't counted, but at least if I just look at the range of books we see around, it's certainly gone up, which is certainly something which is good to note. One thing I liked about this year's shortlisted collection is the authors were from very different backgrounds. I mean, you have somebody like Vijaypat Singhania, who comes from a very illustrious business family. You, on the other hand, have somebody like Rajesh Srivastava, who's actually an IMB alum, who has been in a business career, a very much more traditional business career in very large companies. You have Saral Mukherjee, who is a very popular teacher in IIM Ahmedabad, and has been winning the Best Teacher Awards on several occasions. And this is part of the IIM Ahmedabad book series, which is trying to reach out to a wider audience. And of course, you have this book with this really wonderful title that caught all your imagination, which is How I Quit Google to Sell Samosas. So, I mean, I think the nice thing about this year's collection was certainly the range. The range was quite wide, and it certainly gave different perspectives. What we can, of course, see is that at least two of these books, both Nitin's and Rajesh's, are more focused on what are the new business rules in a way. So it's looking forward. Saril tried to bring what is otherwise might be considered quite a dull subject of supply chain and operations management to life. So I really liked the effort he made in doing that. And of course, Vijaypat Singhania, as many of you might know, after being at the helm of a very important business group, some internal dynamics in their family has actually resulted in his even losing the house in which he stays. So this is a very autobiographical story, but it's around the personal events he has gone through in the last few years. So I'll certainly say a very wide and sort of broad range of topics covered here. But if I look at sort of in-depth kind of insights coming, I would say that I might have seen slightly better collections in earlier years. To me, Nitin's was a kind of standout in this collection in terms of, even though digital has been written about a lot, he was very comprehensive in his coverage. He looked at it from the angle of different businesses and industries. He looked at the different building blocks and how they contribute to it. He looked at the organizational issues. So I found it very comprehensive. That's one of the main reasons I chose his book, because he really looked at this whole digital transformation in a very comprehensive and sort of incisive way. But I still think there's tremendous scope for writing good business books in India. Currently, I'm trying to work on understanding how startups scale up well. And I'm trying to read all the books that are available. And I find there are some, but there's certainly a lot more stories in India. So I'm hoping that we'll see many more of those stories being written up in the years ahead. Thank you.
As we welcome Jessie, she's joining us from Singapore. Hi, Jessie.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. So before I ask you to speak, I forgot to mention one process that I follow. What is the formula we give the jury to select a best book, which is, first is originality of the idea. Second is the impact of the book, what impact the book can make to thought process or to the industry, to sector that it is addressing. And the third is ease of reading. Ease of reading, good language. So you may argue why give equal importance to all the three. I mean, if we give different numbers, we get into more complexity. So to keep it simple, we give equal importance to all the three. So they have a score, they pick based on, they give scores to each of these segments, and then whoever gets the maximum gets the.
Sorry, Benedict, just one small pitch in between. We need more women authors of business books, by the way. Yeah. Almost all the books we are reading are written by men. So I'm glad the jury was, had women majority, but I certainly hope we'll see many more women authored books in the years ahead. Thank you.
Yes, that's a good question. Okay, Jessie?
Sure. Since we're starting with the plugs, I do have a business book myself. But it was a great opportunity to read 5 books pretty much in a week. And I think one of the positive takeaways from a book is that once you've read it, you're never the same. Some aspect of that remains with you. So I had a takeaway from every book. So Quit Google to Sell Samosas was actually a fun read. And you did learn a lot about different types of cuisines. So that was one good takeaway from there. Vijaypat Singhania's book, again, there were many takeaways. One key one, of course, is not to hand over your property to your children without a contract. So the new rules of business, again, I felt was a great crash course in the developments. And the operations book, he tried very hard to take what I considered a very boring subject and make it philosophical and interesting. And categorized organization, different categories, which made it a little interesting and engaging. And I'm somebody who started from operations research in college. So I think every book contributed something. But in terms of the framework that Benedict mentioned, definitely we did have a winner, and that was winning in the digital age. And so, congratulations, Nitin, for that. Um, I also think that a lot of credit goes to Benedict in persevering with his conference and making books and business books cool. And I think that's a huge achievement as well. So, thank you for the opportunity and congratulations to all the authors of our book.
Thank you. Yes, so let me take this opportunity to mention Jesse's book, which has done very well, article book. It's called No Money Marketing, from Upstart to Big Brand on a Google Budget. So let me read it again. No Money Marketing, from Upstart to Big Brand on a Google Budget. So whoever is interested in marketing, please take it up.
Okay, I have to correct you. That was my first book. I have a second book which is Marketing Without Money.
Marketing without money.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, all the marketing departments in companies will be taking you there. Okay. Okay. So thanks a lot. Stay there. We have our third jury here. Artha. We will see. We are also serious and very short video will relay that. So while he's fixing that, question to Jesse. Still around? Can you hear Jesse?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you wanted.
Very honored and your invitation and sharing the podium with Professor Chief Nutrition at Bangalore Physical and Art. It was an interesting experience. 4, 5 books which were of completely different genres, so they all had the category of business. We had Elephants and Cheetahs by Salman Rushdie, which talks about production management. We had Munaf Kapadia's Highway to sell samosas, which is about his adventures in the kitchen that he set up. The New Rules of Business by Rajesh Srivastava. Vijay Singh Anya's personal memoirs. More from, he writes from his heart, talks more about his life than about his business. And finally, Winning in the Digital Age by Nicholas VI. So very wide variety of books, and so I enjoyed the experience of reading each other. Probably I'm old-fashioned, but it is my strong belief that books need to have an identity. They need to, they cannot be all things to all men. So they need to have a very clear identity of what their purpose or objective is. Secondly, the book has to be structured with a proper beginning, middle, and end. It cannot be a ramble through the woods, interspersed with personal anecdotes and quotations. No doubt, that makes books readable, and I think that's what publishers try for in this attention deficit age. That doesn't really make a good book, does it? Why books need to be readable, I completely agree with that. All of the days of old tomes, which we have to pour over, books definitely need to be more readable. At the same time, there has to be some practice. There has to be something that you can take away from the book. Say, hey, I learned something new. new by reading this particular book. Force-fitting management of business knowledge at intervals doesn't make it a management book. Books have to be well thought through, interesting, very clear about their purpose, and obviously well written. One of the books that I read recently, which was I found met all my criteria, was Content Marketing by Rajendra, the headmaster. And I found that really interesting read, very useful read. There was a lot of material and a lot of learning from that book. For Scholar 5.2 was a book that I really enjoyed. But I'm not asking the authors of today to write textbooks, but I'm asking them to pay a little more attention to the structure, the formatting, the identity, and the content. In my belief, that's what makes a great.
Obviously, she doesn't know the benefits because she sent this 2 days back. Yeah, thank you, Ceci, for coming back. Let's wind this up. And,
This, Ben, the components of the award, cash prizing.
Okay, so the the prize money is 1 lakh. I wish we could do more. We could get good sponsors for the award. But right now, the award sponsor is TVS Capital. Thank you to Gopal Srinivasan, the CEO of TVS Capital. So, Nitin will release money to you very soon.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Ceci. Unless you both have some words.
Little bit loud.
Yeah. Great. So this seems to be something like thank you, Jesse, for joining us from Singapore. Nitin joining us from New Jersey. Look at an international festival. We're using technology, and in the last 4 days we had authors from US. Indian author from USA. So we have gone international truly. And I take this compliment that we will try to make business books cool. I think it should be that. And that's the way we can promote books, business writing, business reading. Maybe from those words, Raghuvi wants to
I just want to share a couple of slides. One is, of course, when I was joining IIM Ahmedabad as a faculty member, very during the years 26 assistant professor in 1982 cusp, I think Rishikesh was just about clearing his doctoral program here. Right? Maybe a year or two later. But because I was already in the dissertation phase, I can't say I was a his teacher. But I was a professor when I was a student. I'm very proud of a student who has come such a long way and retired as a director. Stepped up as a director. Great. The other thing I want to share with you all was, which I mentioned in the morning when Manish Sabharwal was here. He is also a co-founder along with Nandan of New India Foundation. This New India Foundation essentially supports database works in India based on information post 1947. It could be business, it could be about India, it could be sociological, it could be political science, whatever. but they give significant support to the authors. And if they are lecturers somewhere, they put even effort to take time off and use the scholarship to finish a book. So there is that opportunity for new writers. I just want to share that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Raghu. That's a lovely opportunity. Thanks a lot. And with that, we come to the end of this section, this module. But before you go off stage, I'd love for Raghu to please hand over a token of appreciation to Rishi. Thanks a lot, Rishi, for taking the time out and coming over. Thanks a lot. Yes. Thank you, Jesse. So that was that, one of the highlights of the day. Good. So from morning till now, from 10:30 onwards, we've been having a lot of discussions about books, or themes that resonate with all of us, themes that emanate from books. So it's good. What we've been trying to do in the last 8 years, in fact, what all literature do is to make reading cool, is to make publishing cool, is to make writing cool. You know? It is exciting. I can say that as someone who helps others bring their books out, someone who's written books himself. It's a fascinating thing to observe an idea grow into a book, and in the process, a writer blossom into an author. I think LitFest and discussions like this, in the context of business, I believe more and more of these are needed. So more discussions are needed. And in fact, one of the things we keep talking about and which we will implement this year is to keep this action going through the year. In fact, last year we introduced monthly book readings. So if some of you haven't attended those, you should just hook up with us on social media and we'll guide you. But there are these monthly readings, and we plan to maybe launch one or two more initiatives this year going forward. So that this tribe keeps growing. You know, this tribe of not just BDLF, but book lovers, people associated with the publishing industry. You know, there are lots of people who enable publishing and book publishing to come out. So that's the intent. So thanks. As the end piece for the day, we have Launchpad. Launchpad is where books are being launched, as simple as that. So writing a book is an intense effort. You know, the writer pours out their heart into a few pages. And then they set sail. You know, the book has to set afloat in the choppy waters of the market. So as much attention as a new book can get, it will benefit. Right? So Launchpad is meant to help new books, new authors get that attention. So we have three exciting books and three authors of diverse backgrounds and three books of various kinds lined up today for launch. We'll start with Ramesh Kumar's books. Ramesh, are you here? Yes. So Ramesh Kumar calls himself the cartoon blogger, and we'll hear about his series of cartoon books that are on the business world. So let's hear more from Ramesh. Welcome. So, we are pretty serious last 4 days. Other cartoon satires. Yeah, sure. So rich, low-hanging fruits. Okay, so I won't talk much about my books on my they're on my website, cartoon.com, and if you go to Amazon, I just published 2 books, cartoon books. You can check them Amazon.com or Amazon thing. But what I want to highlight is, you heard of a company called Artha. It's a Swedish fintech. And it was just a year back, valued at $45.6 billion. Last month, it came for another round of funding. But you know, yes, how much? $4.7 billion. And they got the same funds funded again. How did it happen?
last year we funded 46 million dollars. It's now available at 88% discount. And then funded again. We got funded. Second is the human started producing so much rich hanging food. I'm surprised that not many people are taking up. This kind of mind. Yeah, this humor and satire and so much rich is there. And I take one more example. Last month, I was having this family and friends mentioned. If I talk about, I want to launch a cartoon, focus on startups. Then the girl keeps me. You know how difficult it is to be a founder's girlfriend? I said, wow, not about it. There's insane focus. He never thinks it doesn't keep his dates. How difficult it is to be a founder's girlfriend? Wow, this is rich. For another cock of mine. And she was so kind to somebody that also. He is more interested in his sports than Victoria's secret. I read it immediately. He is more interested in coding than Victoria's secret. Whatever. I mean, what is the subject and what is the title? So I can go on about that. What I'm trying to say is, I mean, they're all very scholarly, huge degrees, PhDs, that's definitely one part of it. But also there's a small, tiny scope for humor, fun, satire, cartoons, and I try to expect listeners to stay. So these are my first books. Really means no. So when they are founder, we see most of the time they don't get yes or no. They always get maybe. So this visual way. So this book examines the loaded maybe, nuances, variations, and try to understand the thinking behind it. What is it saying? One more is there. Next. So what is the thinking behind the make statement like this? So don't worry, I will distribute a small except from this book to you. So this is the theme of the book. And what about this? These are very easy, small reads. You can finish it in one small flight. Bangalore to Chennai, Bangalore to Hyderabad. Just 40. Very niche thing. It answers one question. Maybe means no. What does it mean for a founder? Okay. And it's not just laugh. I do try to infuse some insight and some information. So, like somebody said earlier, like I said, people come with, hey, I learned something new. Out of 40 or so cartoons, even 3 or 4 are resonates to the founder. I can think like this. I not thought about it like this before. And something interesting. Then I think my purpose is so this is a very visual, short book, very busy book. And I think there is a scope for such books among the tomes, all the PhDs and professors. So fun. And the next book also I lost it. Can I distribute the things? Yeah, no problem. Rats.
You may have to read it out, otherwise people can't see it.
Okay. Here, Artha is saying to the founders, we really want to do the deal. We really want to do the deal. We just need to wait to get some more partners, so who is currently traveling. So, the one way we put is, we are looking at 2 other churches from similar tribes. Till we get 0 on 1, we want to bring you along to distract you from the process. One more. So before that, can we go earlier? This is, I try to say, when the VC says to the founder, your valuation is too rich. So there will be 3 interpretations. So this is more information oriented. Okay, one way to go, that's a tactic to squeeze us. And second option is it going to be the beginning of a negotiation process? And third is it easy way the founder, the VC is trying to go to the deal, there's a valuation too rich, and knowing that we won't negotiate, it will result of the deal. So this is one way of thinking about it. So I will speak to you. So I don't want to deep at very limited time. And next one. Yeah. This is equal to that. Okay. So the statistics say 9 times out of 10. The VC is going to say no to the founder. The founder is going to be of course not. See, VCs are very smart people. They look at hundreds of projects, very professionally qualified. So when they say no, there is a reason behind it. They have spotted some lacuna in the project which may cause you to fail. So the smart thing for the founder is to go back, ask him why you know.
write reason behind it, correct it, course correct it, redo and become eligible to yes. This piece is all about. It's not that founders are not doing this alone, but I have taken a framework, what to ask, what not to ask, and how to ask, and basically have a right attitude to ask. Okay, and assimilate the feedback that we're getting to achieving that. This is what not to ask. So don't ask a founder who said, VC who said no to you to introduction. Okay, what do you think? If I give you 500,000, nobody is going to, nobody will know about if you fail. But if I give you to another VC firm and you lose, reputation. So this is the thing I try to illustrate. So I want to say that I'm trying to bring the satire, humor, and fun element to the whole VC ecosystem. Two books, they're out in Amazon, just public text. You can review it, some support. Thank you so much. One more. Big shout out to Manish. When I started the journey in March, I had a long conversation with him. He is really fleshed out for me. He is also my editor. So for all, thank you so much, Manish. So all the best to you, Ravi. Thank you. Yeah, yes, all the best to you, and I think the business one can do a lot more satire. Good. We move on to the next book, and I invite Prithvi Madhukar. Prithvi is here. So she's written this interesting book called From Zero to Four. So let's hear a few things about her book. Louder applause, please.
Well, what's up, everyone? I hope you guys are doing super awesome. Yes, 5 minutes only, I promise. Okay, so first off, let me tell you, I wanted to.
You can do whatever you want. Feel free.
Okay, so let me first tell you a story. Alright? There's a girl. She did her engineering in India, Bangalore. She's about 5 feet tall, probably 5'3" with heels like this. She finished her engineering, she realizes, nope, this is not for me, not the life I want. She goes to New York, she does her MBA. She works at a top solar firm for 1 year on a student visa. When her student visa has to convert into a work visa, it does not get processed. Her H-1B visa does not get processed. So what happens when a 20-something-year-old Indian girl has to leave her amazing friends, a great job, and a place that she had called home for 3 years? I'll tell you, she becomes a CEO and she calls herself the marketing nomad. In case it wasn't evident, that girl is me. And that's exactly what I have done with my book today. In the last 3 years, I have managed to build my business. I'm a digital entrepreneur and a business owner as well. In my book, 0 to 4 Figures, and we can go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So my book is basically, sorry. My book is basically 61. I didn't write 1, I didn't write 2, I didn't write 3. I wrote 61 lessons from the first 3 years of my entrepreneurial journey. The topics cover self-love, because your entrepreneurial journey starts with you. It also contains topics on business strategy, marketing, positive mindset, growth mindset, success mindset, and also, of course, relationships as well. So this is what my book is all about. It's 0 to 4 Figures, lessons learned by a broke CEO. Spoiler alert, that's me. We go on to the next page. Okay, so a couple of things that I wished to achieve with my book. Number 1, I wanted to change the narrative when it comes to defining success. A lot of entrepreneurs wait till they hit 6 or 7 or 8 figures to feel successful. What happens when you're at 0 to 5? What happens? Do you not feel successful? Do you have to wait till you hit a point to feel successful? And that's exactly what my book does. It changes the narrative. We can go to the next slide. I'm going to make this really fast, guys. Okay, and if anything at all, okay, I think that this book was meant to comfort other digital entrepreneurs out there that even though this journey may seem a little bit lonely sometimes, it does. I'm there, I'm there to make sure that you are not alone in this entire journey. One more thing, let me talk a little bit about who I am. We can go to the next slide. So, who am I? And why do you need to read my book? Hi, I'm Prithvi Madhukar. Okay, I am the CEO of The Marketing Nomad LLC. I have come back to India 3 years ago. I started my company in August 2020 in the middle of a pandemic. I'm in India, my company is in US. I'm a digital entrepreneur and a nomad as well. I'm a location independent marketing strategist. A few things that I do, I'm CEO of The Marketing Nomad LLC. I'm a podcaster. I'm top 10% global. I'm also top 100 in India for marketing. I'm also a YouTuber where I do vlog a little bit of behind the scenes of my life. And I'm an Etsy shop owner, sell digital products to entrepreneurs. And I'm also a Skillshare teacher where I do put up courses to help other entrepreneurs with their journey. Fundamentally, my entire mission is to empower business owners across the world to confidently implement marketing, business, and mindset strategies. That's my mission, that's my purpose. The last slide, and then of course these are a few platforms that you can catch me on. It's Prithvi Madhukar or The Marketing Nomad everywhere. Then the last slide. Yeah, that's the reviews. Right now, I think I'm top 100 on Amazon for certain book categories like entrepreneurship and marketing. Do give it a look. Take a look at it. Check out the description. See if it aligns with what your interest is. And I think that this book fundamentally was meant to empower people to, one, change their perspective of the entrepreneurial journey. Number two, believe in themselves. That is the most important thing. And number three, understand that this journey is not easy, but you can do it. And we go on to the last slide. Yes, I want you guys to take a second, okay? And I want you guys to look at the cover of my book. I'm the designer of my cover, and every single element on there is very intentional. There's one thing that will stand out about the cover of this book. There's an Indian girl on the cover of a business book. And that's what I meant to do with my entire book, to change the gender narrative, to change the race narrative, and to change whatever narrative there is out there to stop anyone from achieving their potential. And guys, let me tell you, I'm just getting started. Thank you.
Thanks, that was wonderful. We need a lot of narratives about changing stereotypes. I hope you're able to do that. All the best. The third author who's going to launch his book here now is Ahmed. Ahmed, will you please come on stage? His book is titled Big, Small is Big. And we'll let him speak more about it.
Am I audible at the back? Okay, thank you. You want to use the mic? Guys, am I, the guys who are standing are audible at the back? Okay. Display. Just a minute. Full screen. You can just see if this is working. Take it out and put it in again. Okay. Looks like this is not working, but we will have to. Go back, please. So small is big. We'll start the video.
It's not playing. It's not playing.
It's okay, just.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, just. Next slide.
If it's not playing, play the slides.
Can you identify a common theme in following true life experiences? These choices say yes to a small set of things that truly matter and say no to everything else. These choices remove clutter. These choices find meaning and joy in little things. Can you imagine?
Yeah. So the inspiration of this book was in a meditation retreat. I was in a 4-day meditation retreat, and it was silence as well. And I was afraid of an upcoming exercise, afraid because it had intense pain which can be compared to wisdom take or kidney stone pain or any other extreme pain which you can think of. And why I was aware, because I was doing this meditation retreat for the 9th time. So that is the reason I was aware. Now, the pain is so intense that during the silence retreat, organization asks you that during these 20 minutes you can chant, you can shout, you can cry. Only these 20 minutes, because it's so intense. So in this state of anguish, I asked the universe, what can I do to increase my commitment towards completing this 20-minute exercise and decrease my discomfort associated with it? And the universe immediately responded, divide 20 minutes into 1 minute each and only focus on 1 minute. Armed with this insight, I started focusing on 1 minute. I will do this exercise for 1 minute and then start again. And then start again. And then start again. 20 minutes just passed by. Was there a pain? Yes. Was it painful? Relatively less. And I was, my mindset was getting resourceful because every 1 minute I was focusing only on 1 minute. And then, everybody else was of course shouting, crying in pain and chanting, and I was doing it in a normal way. And then you have to rest for some time. I rested. When I woke up, on a piece of paper I wrote small is big. And then as I started observing small is big in 3 areas, life, business and productivity, I found infinite applications. Now to put infinite application in book is against the spirit of small is big. So therefore I curated certain areas in life, business and productivity. So first about life, there are 3 areas in life. Power of a single thought. How can one thought make or break your life or the situation? Micro habits creating macro impact. And law of resonance, something to learn in my spiritual quest. And one law has changed my life, and I'm sure it can change yours as well. So these are the 3 topics covered in the life part. Transforming business. There are 6 topics covered in the small is big part of the business. One is art culture. We are fascinated towards big changes in art cultures. How about doing small? Small changes in art cultures create big results. Second is about, again, we are in startups. I myself part of startup fraternity. This is my 4th startup which I am part of. And always about big goals. My assessment, and in this particular topic, you will see 3 areas: science, research, and personal experiences, where small goals and small wins create big results. Similarly, small teams, power of small teams. There is a lot of academic research and my personal experience which is mentioned here. Micro meeting, I'm sure in the last 3 years during pandemic we will associate more with it. So micro meeting, power of less than 30-minute meetings. Crafting your niche in startups or in a business world. Why do we need to have so many products? Why not have few products? That is a niche. And then last is crisp presentations, where using 5 pointers given in the book, anybody can create concise and captivating presentations. The third area is productivity. In productivity, the book unveils 7 productivity tools, which is in line with 2 pillars of productivity, which is efficiency and effectiveness. Before I end, my wish for you, may you harness power of small to grow big in life and business. Thank you very much. There are certain hard copies available there in the bookstore. If you wish, grab one. Thank you.
Thanks, Ahmed, and all the best for your book. Show the three authors some love, folks, by picking up their books on Amazon. They've given you the handles, so check them out and do buy them. All the best to you guys. So, well, we come to an end. No, maybe it's not an end, it's a pause, because we're going to be in touch with you. Next month, there'll be something. Hopefully, the month after that, there'll be something else. And then you never know, in the blink of an eye, 12 months are gone, and back we will be at the main event of the fest, right? So I hope you guys enjoyed today's sessions. May I have some quick reactions, please? What do you think? What did you take out? 1 or 2 minutes? Anyone can just shout out. How were the sessions? How was the day like?
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Oh yeah, okay, thanks a lot. All right. Short and crisp, yeah. Short and crisp is cool, right? Yeah. This is the age of TED Talks, man. Yeah. Yes, you want to say something?
The discussions had a lot of insights into the books, and that makes you want to go back and start reading those books if you are not a habitual reader.
That is definitely part of the core intent here. We give primacy to books. Like I said, all of this is about books and books and books. So thank you very much for being here. It's been a pleasure. Yes, you want to say something? I'll give it to you in a minute. So it's been a pleasure having all of you here and having these enriching discussions. And we hope to stay in touch with you. So look us up on social media, Bangalore Business Literature Festival. Do we have a slide with the handles? We don't know. But that's okay. You can just go to bizlitfest.com and you'll find us there. I want to thank our sponsors and partners, please, once again, before we go. Because we owe a lot to them. Yeah. So, yes. So ICFA Business School, our title sponsor, TVS Capital Funds, our award sponsor. Next. And all the partners here. Madan is still around. Thanks, Madan, for staying till the end. He comes from Your Story. Like I said, a staunch friend of the fest. Madan, why don't you just come over, please? So go back and look up, just Google Your Story articles or Madan Mohan Rao articles, BBLF. You will come up with stories that he writes diligently in the run-up and hopefully in the next few days also, right? Some of your stories will come up. Yes. Ben, will you please give him this token of appreciation? Thanks a lot, Ben. Thanks a lot, Madan. Thanks a lot. Thanks to our other partners also. We have IMB, Rishikesh was here, Professor Rishikesh T. Krishnan. Gifting partners, Tamala and Army. Vinay, are you here? Yes, Vinay, why don't you just come forward? Come. Yes. So we're going to give you, the owner of Tamala, a gift from Arni. The co-founder. Yes. Deba, why don't you do the honors? Arre, wow. That's a very sanskari, thank you. Yeah, come. Ben, come. Thanks, Vinay. There isn't anybody from Arani here, no? No. Okay. Just Books, we had Suresh as a speaker earlier today, and K-Lib, our library partners. Blossoms, I hope you've checked out the book collection. You can do that on the way out also. They are our bookstore partner, and Indian Institute of Journalism and New Media is the journalism school partner. They've sent us some volunteers also. So they've been taking notes, and hopefully they've taken, rich thoughts back. So thanks a lot once again. Thanks to the entire fraternity. Yes? Oh, yeah, you want to say something? Yes. Please.
I'm from a university as a professor. Looking at this scenario and also the situation, I want you to conduct this kind of fest in my university.
Oh, okay, lovely. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
We'll consider that for sure.
All the
Thank
students and faculty, everybody can really take it as it's a good takeaway for me. I'll report back. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, Shankar, please give me the mic. Take the mic, Shankar, please. You're not audible.
the volunteers.
Oh, yes, yes, I'm coming to them. I'm coming, yes. Please, go on, go on. No, no, you say what you want to say. Please go on. Yes.
Even, non-intrusive, but extremely
Absolutely.
available and very attentive. I really appreciate it.
Yes, yes. So there were about 15 of them, and they came an hour before we started. By 9:15, 9:30 they were here. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Smartly turned out, yes.
Yes, I do want to thank you and Mr. Benedict, sir, as well. I don't know if you guys know, but I actually requested for a spot yesterday, and they were just right on it. And I think that just shows their passion and their dedication to showcase entrepreneurs and authors. And I thank you for that. Thank you for the time that you invest in this.
Oh, not at all, yeah, not at all. Thanks a lot. I mean, it's part of our pleasure framework. You know, we take joy out of things like this. So anything local, anything enterprising, anybody, it could be anybody. It need not be a startup venture. It's a startup spirit that we look at and support, you know. So thanks. Yeah, but I was talking about the volunteers. So ICFI Business School's volunteers have been detailed with certain tasks. And like Shankar said, they've been unobtrusively, absolutely on the spot, doing what they're supposed to do. Some of them are taking out live feeds on social media and taking pictures, helping with the gifts and whatnot, right? So thanks a lot, folks. Thanks a lot for your support. And we should express our thanks to Sudhakar and the professors also. In the morning, there were a couple of professors. I think they've gone back now. Oh, yeah, here, please. Why don't you please stand up and thanks a lot. Your name, please? Your name? I didn't give him a mic, please.
Hello, good evening to all of you. I'm from ICFI Business School, Bangalore, and my name is Surjabrat Buragohai.
Acha, Surjabrat, okay. Thanks a lot for coming. Well, and to BIC, of course, event, venue partner, yes, yes. Definitely, wonderful hall, good place, good setup. Anything else? On a parting note. Okay, thank you so much, and bye-bye. Before we discuss, come, Kirti. Hey, give me the mic. One sec. Give me the mic. No, I said that. I want to also thank one other person and who's been in the hot seat throughout the day. He's Ganesh Kirti. Will you just come forward, Ganesh Kirti? So he's been handling the console, running all the slides and presentations for us. And I think and a lot of work has gone into preparing the slides in the last week. Thanks, Ganesh. Yes. He's my namesake, Ganesh Kirti. Oh, yes, very responsive. Yes, that's true. Yes. So, thank you. Naina, where are you? Who else? Amisha? Sakib.
So, I think after a long time, we've got the founders and the team members to take a picture.
Come. And you will be missing someone? No. Kirti, why are you standing there?
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Excuse me. Sir, close my door. Close my door.
ಲೈವ್ ಫೀಡ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಹೌದು, ನೀವು ಬೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಮಿದೆ ಲೈವ್ ಫೀಡ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
ಓಕೆ.
ವಿಡಿಯೋ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ನೆಸೆಸರಿ. ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್. Indian Institute of Journalism and New Media.